to share something here with you. And it's called Returning to the Old Ways. The people we call our forefathers often were opposed to inherent rights. By today's standards, yesterday's common man, not the intelligentsia, was quite uncommon. And when freedom was the norm in America, he was the majority. Since the beast has not changed in 6,000 years, what worked then will also work now. How did the free people in the American colonies in 1750 live? Well, according to written history, we find that they worked 21 hours per week, read at the 17th grade comprehension level, competed in shooting events weekly, were universally trained in law, not patriot law, but the real law. They were universally trained in religion, had an illiteracy rate of 4%, less than 1 in 200 couldn't read. They were litigious, they sued others frequently, they were animated by love of freedom, didn't sit in meetings, but were actually on their feet, passing out flyers, filing lawsuits, and other types of actions. Edmund Burke, a British statesman and political thinker, at the time of the American Revolution, made a wide historical survey of the colonies. In 1765, he described them as follows. They could smell the approach of tyranny. Permit me, sir, to add another circumstance in our colonies, which contributes to no mean in part toward the growth and affection of this untrackable spirit. I mean their education. In no country, perhaps in the world, is the law so general a study. All who read, and most do, read, endeavor to obtain some smattering of that science. I have been told by an eminent bookseller that in no branch of his business, after tracts of popular devotion, are so many books on the law exported to the plantations. The colonies now have fallen into a way of printing them for their own use. I hear they have sold nearly as many of Blackstone's commentaries in America as England. General Gage states that all the people of his government are lawyers or smatterers in law, and that in Boston they have enabled by successful chicane wholly to evade the many parts of your capital penal constitutions. The smartness of the debate will say that this knowledge ought to teach them more clearly the penalties of rebellion. But my honorable and learned friend, the Attorney General, will disdain that ground. He has heard, as well as I, that when great honors and great emoluments do not win over the knowledge of the service of the state, it is a formidable adversary to government. If the spirit is not tamed and broken by these happy methods, it is stubborn and litigious. This study renders men acute, inquisitive, dexterous, prompt in attack, ready in defense, full of resources. In other countries, the people, more simple and of a less mercurial cast, judge of an ill principle in government only by an actual agreements, and then they anticipate the evil, the judge of the pressure, and of the grievance by the badness of that principle. They observe misgovernment from a distance and sniff the approach of tyranny in every tainted breeze. We're all familiar with, seems like everybody's looking for the silver bullet without doing the work to get there. So when someone offers you a simple solution or a silver bullet, look back at what the free men did. They were not simple. They didn't drink alcohol, watch TV, nor read the sports page. They didn't giggle or whine. They weren't martyrs nor losers, nor were they oppressed, even under the king. They didn't steal or tolerate theft. They were yeomen, not merchants, landed, armed, and living by their own labor, not anybody else's labor. They were dead serious about establishing dominion of righteousness on earth. They were self-righteous and moral, and would not tolerate among them those who were not. they consistently resisted evil in all their affairs. I think we can take counsel from our ancestors. Okay. Y'all, everybody got their paperwork? Everybody got the handouts? Okay. And I've had some questions in regards to private time with Rice. I'm going to, I'll get a sheet passed around and we'll get people signed up. We'll probably start that around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at my office. And so I'll get those names. And there's also going to be video and audio tapes available. And I'll get a sheet around for those. We'll get people signed up for that too. And we're going to pay attention. There's going to be a test this afternoon. Take copious notes. Okay. All right. Well, yesterday afternoon I was instructed by my brilliant bride to get down to the train station around 3 o'clock, and I would find this very long-eared jackrabbit, and as opposed to a California jackrabbit, because we have them here too, but in Texas everything's bigger. And so, dadgum, if it wasn't true, I went down there and found this jackrabbit. So it's my pleasure to introduce the Patriot Jackrabbit himself, Mr. Rice McClellan.
I don't ever like people to clap for me. That's just some of my class. They try it, and I just tell them they've learned that they can do that. But I appreciate what you do.
Can we hustle?
Huh?
Can we hustle?
But what's going to happen is that your lessons start when you leave here, and the first time you run a red light or something, someone pulls you over. Then what I try to do is I go around the country and teaching the classes and things is I try to tell you who you are. If you know who you are, then you know how to react to something. But if you are what they have taught you to be, if you're what they have taught you, and I hear all the time people come up to me and they say, well, their law says I can't do this. And my question always is, who is their law? You see, you're going to learn today, and I hope so, that number one, a sovereign cannot enter into their court and get any type of, you can't get any type of remedy. The reason for that is that you're a sovereign. They only deal in corporations. You cannot go in and you cannot use their law as private law. That started in 1926 with the advent of when they were fixing to go into this thing called the United States Corporation. The Bar Association started signing all the laws in 1926. It was the President, the Congress, and the Judicial was always supposed to sign the laws. But in 26, the Judicial quit signing, and the Bar Association, the President of the Bar Association out of New York started signing them. They started copyrighting those things, and only the bar can use them. So when we get into these things, we have to understand if you're going to be a sovereign, you have to act as one. And a sovereign does not take their law and say, this is what you have to treat me like, because those are simply codes, rules, and regulations for the corporations that they set them up for. But let's start back when the country first started. I won't take you into Texas because ours started in 1836. The United States in 1876 will start there. But in reality, what precipitated the law merchants, and this is what the war was over. And they never told you that. They simply said, well, they were taxation, and they threw the tea out into the sea, and this started the war. The war was over what is called law merchants. The people from England had it over there, and they knew what it did to them. And so they did not want it coming into this country, and as soon as this Lord Mansfield then did what he did, they didn't want it into this new nation that they were setting up. We look at things and we say, well, this act caused this act caused that. No, nothing causes anything. What happens is those are kind of sidebars that they're using to find out if you're going to do what they tell you to do. If you don't know it already, but the only thing in this country that they're after is compliance. They could care less about the money. They could care less about anything else. It says you do what they tell you to do or else. When on the other hand, it's supposed to be you that is saying that. You do what I tell you or else. Because this is the way it's set up. As a sovereign, you're the one who makes the law that you're going to live under. And this is what it's all about. You cannot, once you do something with them, you stick with it. Once you start down a road, don't ever let one of them tell you, take that off of me, what you just did, because if you don't, we're going to do this. The issue is, and as I told a judge who 6 attorneys had filed suit on me, and what they were trying to do is get me to take all my papers out of court that I had filed. I sent them a bill for $6 million and filed it into the county. And so they wanted me to, he issued an order, a motion to compel me to remove all my papers. And I simply wrote him a letter. I didn't sit down and put it in their form or anything else. I simply wrote him a letter and I said, who are you to tell me to remove something that I didn't get permission from you to begin with to put in there? I am not, I'm the one that files those into the county record, and they're going to stay in the county record. And you're not going to tell me to take them out. Never heard one more word from any of them. You see, the issue is, who are you? Not who are they. Everybody tells me they said this. Well, who are they? You've got to be talking about a fiction, otherwise you could name someone. And we're going to go through that name. That is the most important thing you can learn. Is what you think is a name is an address. It is not a name. They've taught us over the years, this is your name. Well, who said it's my name? I had nothing to do with it. It's simply an address. Your mother gave you an address when you were born. And everybody addresses you by that, whatever name that is, but it is not your name. Your name, if you'll pay attention to yourself every day, is I, me, my, or myself. That's who you are. What did the Creator say? I am that I am. That's what you go around all day long spouting. I am going to the store. I am going to drive my car. And this is my car. I'll do it myself. And this is me. Now, in this room, there's 40 or 50 me's in here. If someone came in the door and said, I want to speak to Rice McLeod, I would stand up and say, that is me. You never use that name, and if you'll learn not to use it, and always conclude that it is an address from someone, when you go into court and the judge says, is your name so-and-so? Are you addressing me, Judge? Now you've established the me in the court, and that is your name. me. And if you'll notice in the documents and things that we do now, it says, I am me, my, or myself, a living soul with an address correction, care of whatever your mother has named you, and the domicile or your resident, if you happen to be a resident, and then your state spelled out in all capital letters without a zip code. The reason you do that is you're establishing that this entity, if you want to get in touch with him, you have to do it in this manner. What we do is we do that, and then they write to us, and what happens? We write back to them. We open the letter, we look at the thing, it's not addressed the way we told them to, and they can't address it that way. They have to have a zip code. This was borne out by a man who we had written to, and this girl just couldn't leave it alone, so she called him up on the phone. He said, well, I would have responded, except you didn't give me a zip code. And she worked for the company. They sent her stuff all the time. But she bet on what he said, and she said, well, you can go down to the post office and get a zip code, thereby giving him permission. And then he told her, he said, now, the day before he told her the IRS, he had never heard from the IRS. As soon as she told him that, well, we just got something from the IRS. You see, he had trapped her into what she had told him to address her, and then she told him to go down and get the zip code. That gave him permission then to write her with a zip code, which put her into the federal zone. But anyway, starting in 1776, everything was done to keep the law merchants out of this country. And what happened over the years as things started changing, 50 years after the Constitution was written, most everyone was dead that had written it, and they were the only ones who knew really what it was talking about. Why is that important for you to know? Because your rights don't come from that Constitution. In the Constitution, you have no rights. In what they're doing in the courts, there is no rights. Why? Because in law merchants, you're dealing with contracts. And so in 1776, they then set up this, somewhere around there, they set up this federal 10-mile square area, and it was called the United States, and it was a corporation. The United States is a corporation. It is nothing more than a corporation, and the corporations, if you've noticed, have taken over running the government of this country. And so the United States being set up, at first, you know, it's like anything, it sits there and doesn't do too much to anyone. But as people start accepting the fact that they're getting benefits out of that thing, before long, well, all of a sudden they accept them as being their government. When the government is always, will be, we the people. And there's some interesting things going on both in the Republic of Texas and I understand here in California, where you're starting to establish that fact. California is a republic and will always be. The people are a republic. The corporations are the democracy. Democracy is simply a commercial form of government. It simply is dealing in commerce. So as it went on, and in 1870, 71, they passed what is called the D.C. Corporation Act and put it outside the Constitution. This became the United States Corporation in 1933. So in 1913, you had the Federal Reserve Act was put into operation, as well as the 16th Amendment. The funny thing about the 16th Amendment, it didn't give any further taxation or any further power to Congress. And yet there's more arguments go over the 16th Amendment than anything else. And this gets into something we'll get into later on, but in 1933 or 26 is when they started changing all of the everything, the codes, rules, and regulations. If you don't understand about codes, rules, and regulations, number one, they're not law. They never have been law. They're simply codes, rules, regulations, or actually laws for the corporation, whoever you're working for. You work for IBM, you have certain rules, regulations, and codes that you deal with. You don't have to deal with Xerox codes, rules, and regulations. Only the corporation that you work for. Cities cannot pass codes, rules, and regulations. They can pass them, but they're not law, because law is passed by the legislature. Anything not passed by the legislature, you're not obligated to obey it. The issue with the cities, you always, when the code enforcer comes around, he says, city code says you're in violation of this. Just ask them one question: is code law? And they'll tell you, no, it isn't law. Well, I'm supposed to obey the law. I'm not supposed to obey codes, rules, and regulations. You see, the legislature forms a bill. The bill then is voted on both by the House and then the Senate. Both of them sign it if they like it. Then it's taken to the governor. The governor signs it. It now becomes law as long as it does not violate the rights of the people. No law can be written that violates the rights of the people. And you say, well, they're doing it all the time. No, they're not. They're writing for the territories. They're writing for the corporations. And if you happen to be a corporation, that's who they're writing those things for. In a corporation, you have no constitutional rights. You have no rights. A corporation has no soul. A corporation is simply a fiction. It exists only in the minds of men. It has no soul, so it cannot have rights. And so it's all set up that way. Attorneys cannot defend anything in the court except a corporation or a created fiction. It says so in the Bar Act. So it all ties together. If you start getting the picture, is that they can do nothing to you as long as you remain a sovereign person. What happens is we start trying to get their law to tell us what we can do. And we start wanting their law to protect us when they're simply dealing in corporations. Everything is in commerce. There's not one thing that goes on in this country or in the world now for that reason that's not in commerce. So if you understand in commerce, you get into problems and you go into court, the first thing you do is lay the groundwork that everything's in commerce. If everything's in commerce, then what you can do is claim your common law rights in commerce. And that then saves you where you are. In other words, you still are a sovereign. And they cannot take you in there and try you by the rules of the corporate court. You understand that the courts are divided into two parts. One is equity. The other part is common law. The issue in the court is to stay on the common law side of the court. What happens is it's real important about that name. You walk into court and they say, well, defendant rise. You rise up and he says, is your name so-and-so? And the answer is, are you addressing me, Judge? The issue is you've got to establish in the court me. If you don't establish me in the court, you're going to, and you give your name, the instant you give that name, you go into the equity side of the court. You're a corporation, you have no rights, you cannot say anything, they don't pay attention to anything, because everything then is under law merchants. It is simply a summary judgment being brought into that court for the judge to sign. And you can have 150 lawyers on your side of the court, and they're still going to sign that summary judgment. Because it is not about anything going into court except the summary judgment. It comes out of the law merchants. You get a little girl downtown writes you a letter. Dear Mr. McLeod, you've your grass is 3 inches too tall. We drove by your house, your grass is 3 inches too tall. You have 2 days to correct this after getting this. Every day you do that you don't correct it, it's going to cost you $200. Let us know when you have complied with what we told you to do. So, do you feel like at that point you've already been convicted? Well, you have. There now, if you don't do it, they simply take that letter into the court and they say to the judge, Judge, we want you to sign our summary judgment. We told him, and he did not comply, and so now we want the summary judgment, and the judge will tell you the same thing they told you. $200 for every day you didn't do it, and now we're going to charge you court costs. So the issue on all of it is that learn who you are. This all started changing in 33 with the advent of what is called not the War Powers Act, but the Trade with Enemies. And when Roosevelt put that in, he did something right before that, though, that no one really ever talks too much about. And he made a declaration. All property of the United States now belongs to the state and will all be used for the good of the state. So when he did that, then he declared war. Why did he declare war on us? All of the 48 states at that point. He didn't have the jurisdiction to do anything else. So he had to, at that point, declare war, and it was under contracts. We get them to contract into the jurisdiction, and then we take them into our courts under the law of merchants, and we take their property. And this is what it was all about. So it went along all right until 1938, and you had the ruling called Erie Railroad versus Tompkins. And it simply said, where there is no contract, there is no case. And so from that point forward, what you got was exactly what the Revolutionary War was following. You got the law merchants. And the essence in all this, it tells you it's a silent contract. It's a gentleman's contract. They have a summary judgment as soon as they tell someone, take it to the court, and the judge is supposed to sign the summary judgment. And you can hear all this argument going back and forth. They don't pay attention to any of that. Because why? You're a corporation. You can't speak. So what are you doing in there mouthing about something? The issue, though, is that when it comes out, it's got to come out as a civil action. In other words, the judgment of a judge is a civil action. It comes out of the court back to the common man. At that point, he's allowed to speak. And at that point is whether he can accept or reject their offer of contract. People don't believe that, but it is the way it is. You've got to stand up and say, no, I'm not taking that. The issue is not, because now they're speaking to you as one of the sovereigns. You're simply standing there as a sovereign because now you're allowed to speak and they hear what you say. And I've done this with people, and the people that do it, they walk out with nothing. Why? Because they can't put a contract on you that you don't agree with. The issue in the court is everything going on in that court is a contract being worked. When you give your name, that's a signature on the contract. When you then plead guilty, not guilty, or nolo contendere, now that is the consideration of the court. All the rhetoric that goes on is the offer. They're simply offering you what they want to give you. At the end, the judge in his judgment, it goes back to a civil action. And civil is common law. It goes back to that civil action. And the judge simply says that this is what, all this stuff you've heard, this is what we want you to accept. And I had one man who went in and he decided he'd try it. And this guy was going to give him a year The first jail said, I'm not taking $500 fine. And the judge looked over at the attorney and he shrugged his shoulders and he said, what do you take $400? And the guy then caught on to what this was about and he said, no, I'm not taking $400. And so it went on and they argued until finally it got down to a year in jail and $100. And that judge looked at him as clear as a bell. He said, Mr. So-and-so, just what would you accept? And he said, I'm not accepting any fine and I'm not accepting any time in jail. I want this thing dismissed and I want out of here. He turned to the attorney, he shrugged his shoulders and he bowed. He said, case dismissed. And the man got up and walked out. The reason for that is you're not compelled to take any contract that they offer you. You have 3 days to reject any contract offered by anyone. The key is the point of assessment. At that point, the assessment is where you can use, that's when you can use the acceptance for value. I accept your offer. You can do it that way, or you can tell them I'm rejecting your offer of contract. But you simply say, I'm accepting your offer, and I'm returning it to you, and I want closure in this case. You quote the amount that they said to you. If he said a year in jail, I'm accepting your offer of a year in jail and $500 fine. I'm returning it to you for closure, and you can use my exemption or to close the case out. And at that point, what we're finding out is they're closing the case out. A lot of these acceptance things have worked. It just, the way we were doing it was going in a roundabout way. And number one, we're going backwards in that thing. We were going to the Treasury trying to get them writing bills of exchange, which we cannot do. And we were getting that, we understood this backwards, is what I'm saying. So it struck me one day that this thing is a prepaid deal, that there is nothing in it that has to be, in other words, you can't say, I'm going to accept this for value, write the letter, if they have not been assessed. The assessment is where it comes from because everything is paid up front. You buy a house. When you buy a house, you put up a deposit. Whose deposit is it? It's yours. The bank does not have money. The bank has credit. They're a facilitator of credit, your credit. Then you sign the promissory note. Who does a promissory note belong to? It belongs to you. And it goes into the bank. Immediately the bank goes to the Federal Reserve. They said, we've got a promissory note, we've got a deposit for this amount. They say, you've got credit. They then go to the Treasury. The Treasury at that point says, we issue credit for this debt this man has created. You are never a debtor. Never was set up that way. You're always the creditor. Everything is prepaid. So when you prepay it, what happens is now the bank gets in on double dipping. They simply charge you interest on your credit. That is called usury. The only thing the bank can charge you interest on legitimately is whatever they have in the process. In other words, usually about 10% of what the note and everything's about is all the bank puts up. And so the issue, everything else, then they are double dipping. They're making you pay for this house again. And the house has already been paid for by the Treasury. They have the gold. They had to pay it. And so that's what it talks about in HJR 192. Since there is no money to pay a debt with, the government will pay your debts dollar for dollar. When you have a credit card, the same thing. Every time you buy something, instantly that you're credited to that, your credit goes to buy whatever that is. So it's already paid for. And so what we haven't understood is, where do you get the acceptance for value? It comes from taxes, because these were not prepaid. Taxes or any fine, such as a traffic ticket, where we were getting in trouble on traffic tickets. As soon as we got them, we'd send them in accepted for value. Well, there was no assessment yet. But anyway, the issue on your acceptance for value is when you have taxes. They're very easy to do on your income tax. Is you simply tell them, I'm accept this for value. I'm returning it to you, and I want closure on this case, and I want this closed out. The reason for that is that the Treasury now will pay that. But you don't go to the Treasury and tell them. It starts from down here and proceeds through the Federal Reserve Bank into the Treasury. Sometimes it has taken a while. I've been working with a lady for about 2 years on her house. They kept trying to take her house. And so we had placed this UCC-1 on the property itself. And it was real funny that around July, a little after the 1st of July, they started coming back after her again. They had stopped for a while, and all of a sudden they started coming after her again. So I did the paperwork for her, and all of a sudden she called me one day, and she said, I took that UCC-1 off. And I said, why don't you do that? And she said, well, the way she's Chinese, and she had about 10 people living in the house, her mother and her father, his mother and father. So they were all getting scared that they were going to lose the house and be out on the street. And I said, I told her, I said, Anna, that isn't true. But anyway, she did, and so she got her sister was going to buy the house. And so it wasn't apparent until last week. She sent me all this stuff, and what had happened is July the 1st, the mortgage company had signed a deal saying this house is paid in full. The acceptance from about 2 years ago had finally filtered through, and her house was then paid off. Her sister started buying. What happened was then the mortgage company did not want her to know that. They then started trying to file suit on her again, hoping that she would accept it for value or do something like that again. They get paid twice on it. So the issue is, she said, I took that off because they told me that I couldn't sell that to my sister until I took that UCC-1 off. I said, Anna, I said, who told you to put the UCC on? She said, well, you did. I said, who told you to take it off? Well, they did. And I said, now you understand what I'm talking about. Don't ever do anything they say to do. They had to get you to take that UCC-1 off, and because that house belonged to you. And they couldn't sell it to her sister until she took that off. Only Anna could have sold that to her sister. And so the issue was now, all of a sudden in the mail comes this the original promissory note with a stamp on it, paid in full, July the 1st, right at the time that they were going to trying to come after her again. All this stuff is about double dipping, every one of them. Every time you buy something, it's prepaid, they get you to pay for it again, and then they charge you interest. Whose credit is it? It is ours. Why is that true? They took the gold. You're the only one who can create credit. Why? How can someone come and start charging you interest on your credit? On your money? We had a couple in Texas, Rawls, Texas, 2 farmers. They finally figured this out. They filed suit on the bank. They said, you told us you could loan us money. They called the banker by his name, and they said, but you lied to us. We found out now that was our credit. It was not your money at all. You only put about $3,000 into this thing. And they said, you're committing, and they charged them with usury. They charged them with, anyway, they won. They got $100,000 on one count and $200,000 on another. They simply charged them with what they were doing, fraud. And they said, you made us put up $40,000, they were farmers, and you made us put up $40,000 worth of warrants on our equipment in order to secure that loan. When it was my credit, why should I have put up anything against my credit? And so these issues then became very obvious as to what the banks are doing. So the thing that we need to really understand, though, is you need to copyright that name and copyright anything that they use. If you've got a case and they come and they find in judgment against you, copyright the case number and send it to them before the judge signs the order. Send them that copyright notice. And I guarantee you the judge is not going to sign the order. He's done been noticed that anybody that uses that number, that case number, and I had a man to do it, it's been 9 months now, and that judge still won't sign that order. Why? He gets $1 million bill if he signs it. Those bills that you send to them are legitimate. When you tell them, this is my copyright. A common law copyright is the highest form of copyright there is. They don't give you copyrights, but you can do it yourself. And you copyright anything you want to as long as someone else hadn't copyrighted it. You want to have some fun with attorneys, copyright their fiction. Send it to them. You use this anymore, and I'm going to charge you $1 million. See, anybody that fools with you, you're the sovereign, you've got to start thinking that way. So the issue in all of this was in 33 that they set this thing up. But then what they did is came at us in 38 with the law merchants. And people didn't understand what they were doing. They didn't understand. They go into court and they have all kinds of arguments. And the judge just says, don't disregard everything he said. The issue in this court is this. And they would tell them what the issue was. And so people go out there and say, where can you get justice? You don't go to those courts to get justice. There is no justice in the courts. Justice comes from law. There is no law used in the courts. Only contracts. That's all it's about, contracts. If there's a contract and you go in and use Roe versus Wade in your arguments in the court, where was Roe versus Wade in your contract that you brought into court to dispute? So why are you going out and getting somebody else's case to try to reinforce yours? Are you not a sovereign? In what you say, go into the common law, and we've had those courts down in Texas for about 4 or 5 years. Go in there and try to bring some case up that some other jury ruled on. Jury will tell you to go jump. We're going to set the law in this case, and we're going to rule on it according to the way we want to. You see, if it's not in your contract before you come into court, the court is never going to hear it. They're not going to pay any attention. And number one, they're not going to pay any attention to you ever because you're a corporation. We're having a lot of success now with the me part by going in and simply the judge addresses you and you say, are you addressing me, Judge? Before you go in, though, you take your copyright. And you take your copyright and you attach it to what you're entering into the court. Go get the clerk to give you a couple of certified copies of that. When you walk into the courtroom, into the deal, simply hand the attorney that's over here against you, hand him one, and then get the bailiff to hand the judge one. That judge will do everything in the world to say your name. He will not ask you if that's your name. He'll keep trying to get you to tell him. And what have you established by that copyright? I am me, my, or myself. I am me. And that's all the people would say. And it goes on about 10 minutes, and finally the judge just says, may we proceed with the case? Who does he usually ask to proceed? It's the attorney. But he asks the person. Why? He's still in common law, and there's nothing they can do to him. So he simply, at that point, he said, the judge just said, what do you want to do with the case? And the guy said, I want it discharged and I want out of here. Judge says discharged. And they turned around and walked out. The reason is if they can't get you on the equity side, they can't get any of your money. They can't get your property. And this is what they're after, property. The whole world has been sold this bill of goods. England has gone all over the world through the World Bank and has loaned all these countries money. What do they have to put up for the money? Their land. Now what happens is they know they're not going to pay it back. They then confiscate the land. So all over the world, all you have is 6 billion squatters sitting on the land. The United States, you will not find it. In Texas, you'll find some because we started filing on it. You'll find no land that anyone claims. Not in the UCC, you won't. So you start claiming that land, and it works. They'll try to tell you everywhere in the world, but the only question I ask you, would they lie to you? See, and so what you do is you do what you want to. And if they send back something on that UCC1 and say, we can't allow you to put the governor in this thing, you write back, say, I didn't write to you. I didn't write to ask your permission to do this. I wrote to you and told you to file this, and you'll file it. You don't have anything to say about this. You're a third party. Stay out of my commercial business. The governor wants to have something to say about it, let him write. But he ain't going to write. I've never had the governor write yet. And a lot of his, the governor has told me, has asked me to respond to what you're doing. And I write back and I say, what rock did you crawl out from under? I don't know you. You know, I don't know who you are, and you've got to be a third-party intervener or a third-party debt collector or a third-party bloodsucker, whatever you want to call them, and you're trying to get into my commercial affairs without my permission. Everything in law merchants is done with your permission. Nothing can be done without your permission. They just have found ways to get our permission because all of us are like magpies. We want to tell our story. Instead of telling you story, be who you are. Just stand up and say, I don't care what you say. I didn't ask you. I'm telling you. We've had this to happen in releasing those liens on the IRS liens. And those clerks will tell you, you can't do that. That's not going to release those liens. And we just tell them, we didn't ask you. You just file this the way we told you to. And when they file it, guess what happens to the liens? That UCC3 releases that lien. And why can it release it? Because it's not filed with the Secretary of State. If it's not filed with the Secretary of State, you release anything out of that county record that is not filed with the Secretary of State in the form of a lien. And so they had a funny thing to happen. There's a letter that I send with those, and I tell them exactly what's going to happen to them. Well, the county clerk got his chief assistant to write a letter. This does not release a lien, and that type of thing, and we only file the same rhetoric you get out of them all the time. We're just here to file this stuff. And so I wrote her back and I basically said the same thing. Who are you? I didn't write to you. I wrote to the clerk. And since you're not the clerk, you must be a third-party debt collector. And so I'm returning your offer of contract to you, but out of my business, or I'm going to put the County of Dallas and all of your property in involuntary bankruptcy, and I'm going to put a commercial lien on the County of Dallas and your property. And you never hear from them again. Why? Because you're stating who you are. If you don't know who you are, you're going to always ask them. And you'll come home and say, well, they said I couldn't do it. Who says you can't do it? Did God put people down here and say, now, you're to be subservient to those people, whatever they tell you you're supposed to do? Or do you give everybody the same rights? You don't have to do what someone tells you. If it's wrong, why would you want to do it? And isn't that what they've got us doing, is wrong? Everything they tell us is upside down and backwards. You're trying to read a newspaper, upside down, backwards, looking at a newspaper, trying to read it. What are you going to do? I mean, when are we going to learn that it's what we speak? Living souls can speak anything into existence. Whatever you say, that's the way it is. If you do something wrong, can you correct it? Sure. You always can correct it. They can't correct it. Why do you think they never overrule anything they do? They send a guy to jail for 20 years and then come to find out it wasn't him. You ever hear the district attorney or any of them apologize and say we were wrong? They can't say they were wrong. They don't exist. They're a fiction. And I don't know how much sense this is making to you, but that's where it is. You have to start living your life. And what they've done to us in this country is the same thing Hitler did to the Germans. They use what is called the Hegelian dialectics. In other words, they tell you one thing and they say, oh, you don't agree with that? Well, in order for you to get along with me, you've got to give up what you just said. And you've got to, in order for us to agree. So we all got to think the same. Is that the way all of us were made? Or were we made as individuals? And each one of us has our own opinion or whatever it's worth. And your opinion, if it's one way, is worth something to someone else, but if it's the other way, it's not worth anything to anyone. In other words, if you're directly opposed, so your opinions are just that, they're just opinions. You ever had seen a thing come out of the, in Texas, we have this letter came out of the Attorney General's office. It was an opinion, and yet they started presenting it to us as if it was law. You write back and you say opinions don't mean anything. That's just his opinion. Where did the legislature ever pass this into law? And then they shut up. But they passed that letter around to everyone as if it was law. And people say, well, that's the Attorney General's opinion. Well, who's the Attorney General supposed to work for? You go back into the original documents. What's he supposed to do? Sue corporations that shaft the people. So guess who he's suing? It's all of us. We're corporations. That's the way they look at it. So when we get into that, and we will, when you talk about the law merchants, and we'll get more and more into the law merchants, but it tells you in here very simply what it's all about and what they're after. And I was telling David I'd reread this thing, and it finally dawned on me in the courts what they were doing. And you see, they can't charge you Federal Reserve notes. It's a felony for them to charge you Federal Reserve notes in payment of a debt. But when they try you in the court, what happens is they're discharging debt in there. They're taking this over here, and now if they find you guilty and they put this judgment on you, that is a demand in commerce. And in commerce, anytime a demand is made, you have to pay with what you have, and that then makes Federal Reserve notes legitimate. And that's exactly what they're doing, is they're just in that court, they're simply getting away from this thing of being a felony for using Federal Reserve notes to pay a debt. Now you've been found guilty, anything you've got, they can demand from you that you use it to pay the debt with. And so this is what it's all about. Went through that with a lady that she had all the money in the world, but she didn't like it. She just wanted to fight with them about her property taxes. And so I made a mistake just some time ago. I was a trustee. And so they wrote, and I started trying to defend that property from within that trust. And man, I had two city police and 2 sheriff's deputies came out. I wasn't there, but they was going to arrest me. And it dawned on me real quick, as trustee, I could not protect her property within that trust the way it's written. So what we did is took the property out of the trust and put it on the tax rolls then as her property. She had a Lotio title. She had every title that you could want on the property. And so we wrote a declaration into the record. And the funny thing about it, as soon as she wrote that in, about 5 days later, they filed suit on her because they realized what was happening. And so they filed suit. Well, the attorney wrote to her and told her she owed this much property tax. And so I simply sat down and wrote him a letter. I said, now you say that she owes you a debt of this much money, $3,000, $4,000 property tax. She's going to come in with a witness. She's going to bring you Federal Reserve notes. See, this had not gone through the court. She had not been judged yet. And so she went in and she walked in the door and I said, you do understand that it is a felony for you to add for request or receive Federal Reserve notes in payment of a debt. She walked into his office with this other lady and she said, I'm here to pay a debt for this lady. And the attorneys all ran out of the office and they said, are you Miss So-and-so? And she said, I didn't say who I was. I said I came in here to pay a debt for her with Federal Reserve notes. And they said, she doesn't owe us anything. I sent a copy of it to the Bar Association and sent a copy of it to the governor. They said, well, she doesn't owe us anything. And she said, then you sign across this bill you sent that she doesn't owe. And they signed across there. She does not owe anything. She said, now you make a copy of that and put it into the file. And they did. Next day she got a letter with, sure been good doing business with you. And said, you do not owe us anything. See, they did, and from that day forward, she never paid property taxes at all, period. They wouldn't even send her a bill. So about 3 years later, she decided she'd sell, and she moved to New Mexico. And so the man that bought the house, he said, well, I don't want to get into that property tax deal. If you'll pay the taxes, I'll buy the house. So she took Federal Reserve notes, big stack of them, $6,000 worth, down to the thing, and she said, I'm here to pay the taxes on that property. They took the Federal Reserve notes, but then when she got her check back from the title company, the $6,000 was added back into the check she got. See, they knew that they didn't know that she was setting them up or what, but they had already been noticed, and so she got $6,000 back. She's supposed to got $149,000 off of $249,000 off of a $260,000 house, and supposed to have been $200,000. She got a check for $255,000, and so she got her money back. And the issue in that was that they could not charge her Federal Reserve notes. But it's come to dawn on me now that where they're doing this, once you get a judgment in that court, they can charge you Federal Reserve notes because in commerce it's a demand, and in a demand you can take anything that that person has. The Law Merchants was started in about, they think around 1200, 1300. They think that it started maybe in Italy, maybe in Spain. But it all came, and down through the ages, it didn't come into England until it actually was about 1646 or something like that. But it came into England, and what they saw was that law merchants is not bad as long as it stays within the merchants, because both of them have equal footing. But what happens when you start, a man with a lot of money starts putting it on a common man, he don't know what's going on. And so what they started doing was taking people and taking it and putting it with the common law, taking them into the court, and then charging the people and then throwing them in jail when they wouldn't pay. See, but in the law merchants, the way that started was the merchants, some of them wouldn't pay each other. And so they started these organizations, and they started issuing, they started electing one of them as the judge for a year. Then they would elect the bailiffs for lifetime. And so they would have the trials, and also rice people, only the people who sold rice could be in the jurors. And they would try the person. And when they got through, if they found him guilty, then he had to pay up right then. Or the two bailiffs then had the right to grab him and take him down and set him into court downtown until he paid up. When he paid up, they let him go. But until he paid, till he agreed to give over his property, they just held him down into jail. And so then he was let out after he paid, and everything was back the way it was. And the law merchants carries with it a summary judgment. What they don't tell you is both sides have a summary judgment. And that's why I tell you at the end, when you are given the judgment, you can reject that. Your summary judgment can overrule theirs, because you are a sovereign. They are a corporation, and the sovereign always overrules. I'm going to go on this law merchants to the page 2, I believe it is. I want you to see something.
Mr. McLeod,
Yes.
on what you were just talking about, you only have 72 hours or 3 days
Yes.
to notify them
Yes.
back.
Yes.
So after that, you've given up all your rights.
No, you do it by affidavit after 3 days. Okay. On page 5, let's go over there, and you'll learn a lot about what I'm telling you here. It says, here parenthetically we see the meaning of the summary judgment. Now learn what the meaning of the summary judgment is. For this notorious equitable device passing as legal, legal means with your permission. Lawful is law. Legal is with your permission, is the means by which credit money can be converted into law money. You see what I'm talking about? They're converting credit money into lawful money. And the compelled of acceptance as such, since a summary judgment accomplishes the demand payment of specie or its equivalent in tangible property to effect the dispatch of merchants. On this basis and for this purpose did commercial paper become lawful money under the Federal Reserve. That's how they make lawful money out of Federal Reserve notes. And that is mere choices in action could be considered the equivalent of tangible specie. Then it goes on, and you need to learn that. That's probably the most important thing you can glean out of this. And you'll find in here that there are no such thing as jury trials anymore. In cases where someone kills someone, there's a jury trial, but the judge is still going to tell you what to say. He's going to tell you what the law is. He's going to tell you how much sentence you can give him. He totally controls that. The rule of rules, of all rules of this law of merchants, the law supreme of private enterprise, is that who trades with a merchant becomes a merchant for the purposes of that transaction at hand, that is liable to support the paper at whatever stage it is or is not, or at. Whether it makes anyone liable in equity on summary judgment to any merchant who can bring a charge of default. They bring you into court, default you, and they get their summary judgment. That's all it's about.
You're still on 5?
No, 6. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Did I not say? Page 6.
Paragraph.
Page 6, paragraph 2.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay. And that means no jury trial, despite what one might be led to believe under the 7th Amendment, because jury trials are based on money transactions and not debt transactions. You start to understand why they do certain things that they do. You need to understand them to know what to do to them. Equity, you see, is not strictly common law. The rule can also compel what is called an action of account in equity on the debtor-creditor basis. It is the continuing relationship which creates a liability to file, not necessarily to give information or to pay tax under the code of the Internal Revenue Service. Now you know why you have to file. Because you have become a franchise by the Social Security number to the Federal Reserve System. And being a franchise, you have to pay a franchise tax on all those Federal Reserve notes that pass through your hands. That's what they're doing, franchise tax on $30,000 that you made. I'm just using that as a number, but you make $30,000 in a year, you're liable to them for franchise tax on $30,000 worth of Federal Reserve notes. And they took the Federal Reserve note and made a negotiable instrument out of it, although in reality it's worth nothing. And so what we started doing in the Republic, we had filed three cases actually, one in the Supreme Court of Texas, one in the Supreme Court of the United States, and one at The Hague. And we got an interesting answer out of Texas, and they simply said, we're returning this for want of jurisdiction. We don't have jurisdiction. The United States just put theirs in the envelope and sent it back. They didn't say anything. It went to The Hague, and The Hague explained it, and it really opened our eyes, and it should open your eyes as to what you can do. They simply said, we are returning this for want of jurisdiction. This is a sovereign issue. We cannot rule on sovereign issues. We can only rule on corporate issues and corporate state issues. You see, they can only rule, and so that meant that nothing that they could do to us in Texas, if we were Texans, there was nothing they could do in their court system to us because they did not have jurisdiction to do it. We were saying we're Texans, we're sovereign, and they're saying we cannot rule on you. And now in Texas, all of the cases that we get involved in are starting to get thrown out by simply asking them one question. Give me the Treaty of Annexation of the Republic of Texas and all documents thereof. When you do that in pretrial, they then have to throw the case out because they know if they convict you, it's simply going to be overturned by their Supreme Court because they've said they don't have jurisdiction. They don't have jurisdiction, these other courts don't, for the same reason. Your courts, and I'm trying to get you to see that, do not have jurisdiction over you. They don't have the jurisdiction, but they won't tell you this is the problem. How in the world can you come in there as a sovereign and get a corporate court to make a ruling for you? They simply can't do it. They don't have the jurisdiction to do it. Why do you think you try to then appeal something on the same issue and the court will kick it back to the other one? They cannot rule on it. You're the only one that can rule on it. When are you going to stand up and start saying, this is what I declare? What do you think the term means that the people can alter their form of government in a republic anytime they want to do so? Does that mean they can go down and throw everybody out of the corporate government? No. It just means that if you don't like something, you write an affidavit or whatever you want to do, you put it in a public record, and it's there. He doesn't like the law. It says he has to mow his grass. So he puts it into the public record. It doesn't affect everybody else. It only affects him. He has altered his form of government to the way he likes it. And that's all he's doing. It's not 51% killing the other 49%. That is the difference between a republic and a democracy. The republic, each person lives his life and forms his government as he so fits. The democracy, 51% tells the other 49% how they have to live. And this is the thing that's wrong about it. If they want to do that in a democracy and run a business, that's fine. Democracy defined is simply a commercial form of government. It's all about commerce. It has nothing to do with whatever you've been told. Remember it started in about the First World War? We've got to fight this war to make the world safe for democracy. What are they saying? We got to fight it so we can get these ships to be able to go anywhere they want to and not get run over. See, they were wanting the world safe for their ships and democracy, which is a commercial form of government. We, the people, are always the government. It has never ceased. We just have ceased using it. And so we need to start understanding that. And so when they've done that, now we've started filing documents. What does that mean when you file documents? We're altering our form of government, and we're telling them, anyone that calls themselves Texians, sheriffs, you're not to bother them. Now tell me what sheriff can write back and say anything. They cannot answer. So whatever we declare to them, they've got to do it. They have no choice. They have no one who can respond. It wouldn't do for an attorney to respond. It'd be the worst mistake he ever made. Because not only that, we've written documents against the IRS telling them to get out of Texas and they're going to have to leave. We've also now starting to do it on the Bar Association. We're going to tell them to leave. The reason for that, it has to do with us. I don't care about people who want to be a United States citizen. Let them be a United States citizen and let the IRS beat up on them. Let them be a United States citizen and let the Bar Association keep stealing all their money. Let them be a United States citizen and have the sheriff always coming out there serving commercial paper on them. Nothing in his title ever gives him the right to serve commercial paper on someone. Never was intended that a sheriff. A sheriff was the peacekeeper. He was never a commercial paper pusher. Now that's all he's become. He gets part of the loot. The sheriff's department comes out and helps them steal people's property, and they make it look like, well, that's what the law is. No, that is what the corporation's law is. There's nothing to do with your law. And so in the document we wrote to the sheriff's department, we just simply told them, you have sold your life for a penny. You've sold your right to rule the people for a pot of porridge. The people no longer will listen to you. And you are now told, and in there, put something kind of thing. I told them, I said, you know, in Texas, once you're a Texan, you're always a Texan. You never become anything else. And I said, wouldn't you like to give up that life of the slavery that you're in? Wouldn't you like to come over with us and live in freedom? They have a right to do that. They can say, well, I'm not the sheriff anymore, I'm a Texan. So we're going to do the same thing that y'all are doing out here. We're going to set up our own. We'll have our own sheriffs. And they will be appointed by we the people, not by the corporation, and not ruled by the corporation. But Texas is a republic. It is a nation. It's the last sovereign nation on the face of the earth. The Republic of Texas was never in the Civil War. Never fought in the Civil War. The state of Texas, the corporate government came in 1845, fought in the Civil War. The Republic never fought. So in the document, it was written after the war was over, they said, we're going to form a peace treaty with all of these states except Texas. Why couldn't they do that? Because Texas was a nation. And they could not, and so we've been held as a captive nation. And so what we've done is send them a document. It's about 9 pages, but it basically says that it's a cessation of hostilities and occupation. And we're just telling them, this is what you've got to do. Get out. Leave us alone. And you no longer are ruling our land. See, it's a difference, and California falls into the same deal. Where did California come from? It came from Texas. Where did Texas get it? From the Spanish. It all happened when Texas won the deal at not the Alamo, but San Jacinto. So what happened was in the Spanish land grant, which is different from anything England had to do. Go back in history and you study all of this, and you'll find out that back then they said if any nation that goes into a land that does not have a government set up can claim that land for that nation. This was done by Her Majesty or His Majesty the Pope. It's all done under his banner. And it was done, England did, France did, the Dutch did, but Spain did Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California, and a piece that goes up a lot of Colorado and up to Wyoming. That all belonged to Spain because they had come out of Mexico after they conquered Mexico, and they went in and went all over this land, claimed it, and wrote a deal, and now it belonged to Spain. Also, Florida belonged to Spain. Well, Spain knew that they were either going to have to fight the United States or they would give, trade out on something. So what they did is in the treaty that was signed with Florida, they said, we'll give you Florida. In exchange, you'll never touch Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California, all of this land forever. You won't touch it. Well, the United States was smarter than that. They signed the treaty, agreed not to do it, but then they got Sam Houston and a bunch of those people to come down into Texas. And the war didn't really start over what everybody thinks. The war started because the people living in Texas were trying to get the Mexican government to adhere to their constitution. This is what it was all started over. And so they were trying to get Santa Anna to adhere. Well, they didn't do it. So eventually they beat him at San Jacinto. And that's an interesting thing because only 7 Texans got killed at San Jacinto. And there's like 1,700 and something Mexican people were shot. They had vastly outnumbered them, but I think somebody else was there. And so anyway, only 7 of them were killed. And Santa Anna then took off running, and they caught him over around Galveston and brought him back over there. At that point, he ceded the Spanish land grant to Texas. And so the Spanish land grant says one thing: the land of Texas will forever belong to the people. And that included California, New Mexico, Arizona, most of Colorado, and way up into Wyoming. What happened was that Sam Houston, when he came in on his second term, told the people of Texas, we have all of this land out here and we can't take care of it, so we're going to give it to the United States because they're going to loan us some money. They're going to give us some money, which we never got. So they gave then all of this, Texas, part of New Mexico, Arizona, and California, they gave to the United States. And that's how they came across it. How they got to part of New Mexico and the part that goes up there, we have no clue. Because they themselves drew a map and said, this is Texas. And it went all the way up to Wyoming. And now they say, well, it only belongs here. But we file lawsuits on all the counties over New Mexico, and we told them we still belong to us. So, and I think most people would rather do it is they see what and I tell the people there, what we have to do is to help people. Once you start telling people, hey, the IRS can't touch you if you're a Texan, guess what they're going to do? They'll switch allegiance real quick. I'm not a United States citizen, I'm a Texan. And this is what has to happen here because you have a republic also. Why wouldn't you? You have the same thing, and it falls under the same Spanish land grant that we have. The land will forever belong to the people. The government cannot take it. That's why they never could take Texas, and that's why there never was a treaty of annexation. You couldn't annex it. Nothing in either constitution gave either one the right to make a nation into a state. The same thing has happened to this. So I'm just telling you that as a little side thing to all of it, but it affects you just as much as it affects us. And so the United States, and if you can't see that they're a corporation now, somebody's blind, because it's just running rampant now. And you're going to end up with what I understand is 7 mega corporations that will rule all corporations of the world. And that's where they're all headed. And I told my son about 2 years ago, he's a CFO for the largest company of what they're doing in the world. And so I told him, I said, son, the stock market's going to come down. And they're going to come to you, and they're going to start trying to take your retirement from you. And this is exactly what's happening all over the world. This is what's happening, why they're crashing these mega buck corporations. Is what happens is that's where all the retirement programs of these companies are invested in. So they're losing them all. Czechoslovakia has just totally taken away all retirement programs from everyone. And so what are they trying to do? They want no one but the government to be able to take care of them. And this is what's happening here. You see the crash of the stock market. What is starting to happen with the cities now, they're getting panicky, because the CAFR account they have invested in the stock market is 60% of the stock market. Is the CAFR accounts that are owned by all these cities, states, and all of this. It's called a, yes, the CAFR account. It's called Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. And we started investigating it in Texas, and somebody down in Austin wanted to tell on them, because they just kept sending us books that show us where stuff, and they just send it in the mail. They wouldn't tell us who it's from. And they sent us a deal one time that showed $2 trillion coming into the Texas budget. And it stayed there about 3 days, and then it left. So we wrote to them, we said, where did this come from? And where did it go? And the guy never could explain it to us. This was the controller. He couldn't explain to us where that $2 trillion came from. All it was a CAFR account that came into the thing, and then they invested it in all these different stocks and bonds and things, and so it went out. And but all of that is going down because of what is happening now with the corporations and so forth. But what we have to understand, literally, and I'll say it again and again, is who are you? What are you going to say when someone writes to you and tells you this is what has to happen? You ever written to some of these people and they'll tell you, well, I'm telling you, you have to do this. You write back and say, who are you? You know, that's the whole thing. Who are they? What do we mean when we say they said we have to do this? Who are they? They'll define you, but who are they? And the issue is, who are you? Now, the redemption program, as we presented it in the beginning, as I told you, it really started in 1933, and it's legitimate. We just had it backwards from the way it was to be done. And literally now, I understand, and it works, is that once you, and we're doing it in the courts now, that once they assess you in the court, you can simply say to them, I'm accepting for value what you just said, $1,200 fine, 2 years in jail, and I'm returning it to you. And I want closure on this case. And they close the case down. Why? Because at that point is when the redemption works. Because that is something that was created that has not been paid for yet. So now that can be paid for. And so I don't know what everybody is doing. You have some people doing all kinds of things. One thing I will tell you, I will not teach you, and I know how to do it, but I'm not going to teach anyone how to use closed accounts to buy stuff with. Every person I have known has gone to jail. Now, I'm not saying everybody has gone to jail. The ones I know have gone to jail. And it is hard if they don't know what to say. It's hard when they come pick you up to get out of jail. There is things you say to them when you go back into court, and they'll let you out. But to know what to say, and I had two men, I talked to them about 4 hours one night, and they was telling me they was buying cars and they was doing all this stuff, and so we talked about a lot of it, and I don't know, a month later they came pick both of them up, hauled them to jail. Well, in the meantime, they'd been studying as to what to say, and when they brought them out and took them before the judge, then they said what they're supposed to, and they turned them loose. But they can't go back and buy any more cars and stuff. So I've looked at that and looked at it. I cannot bring myself, and that's just me. That doesn't mean that, you know, and I knew Sam Davis when we first started into this thing. And I had to defend some people on the CMOs, which came before the site drafts. And the CMOs, as I looked them up and started studying them, they were legitimate as they could be. But it still don't help you a bit when you go into that federal courtroom and they say, we're going to charge you with violation of 45 violations of this code, this code, this code, and this code. And what you're going to do is you're going to get convicted on about 3 of them. The other 42 they'll throw out. But you're still going to get convicted, you're going to jail. In federal court, I can guarantee you when you give your name, you're going to prison. There is no way to get out of it. What you have to do with federal is before. And it's just like when anyone comes and you know of anyone that gets raided by the IRS, by the FBI, CIA, or any of those people, don't go get an attorney and go try to file papers in the court. Simply go after the agents and tell them, you got onto my property without my permission, and you are a trespasser. And you then tell them, you're an agent, you're from a foreign country, because the definition of an agent is anyone who's in a country, foreign to that country, and foreign to the venue and jurisdiction of the people. So agents, by nature, they don't belong. They're from a foreign government. And who is that foreign government? The United States. How did they get into the United States? Through the Brentwood Agreement. And that's where they came in. And you go after them, and all of a sudden they back off. And we did this with a federal magistrate there in Fort Worth. And now it's been about 4 or 5 times. I guess he does so many of them. He doesn't care the 4 or 5 times that he comes back at him. But it's simply backed up right into his court because he's the one that issued the order. And the FBI and them said, wrote back when we filed the affidavit and said they didn't have permission. They said the federal magistrate gave us a warrant to come out. And I wrote back and I said, the federal magistrate doesn't have jurisdiction to do that. He doesn't have the authority to issue that. Well, it all started quieting down then. Why? Because you see, they don't have the authority, but what they do is they come in, and what do they take when they come in usually? Your computers. And everybody wants their computer back so bad because they haven't been keeping records on 2 sheets or on 2 disks. And so when they come in and grab their computer, they grab all of their records. And what do I do now? I don't have my records. And so when they bring those things back to them, what do? They sign for them. When you sign for them, you have told them, I allowed them to come out to my place, gave them permission, and now I'm going to sign to take them back. Once they take those things, you never sign for them. Otherwise, they can use what they took as evidence against you, because you told them they could have it. So in all cases, I tell people, do not ever sign for it. I don't care how bad you want that back. They first, all of them will try to figure out some way they can sign for it without getting them in trouble. I said, you can't do that. And just had one that they brought him back out there and they set him down by his desk. He said, number one, this isn't where you took them from. Ended up paying 50% of what they was going to have to pay. And so you can do it one or 2 ways, or you can say, I ain't paying that. Well, are property taxes lawful? Not on your life. If property taxes were lawful, they'd have been in the Constitution when it was written back in 1776. And everyone would have been paying property tax up until the year when they started in about 1933 is when property taxes started. No property taxes up till then. Why wouldn't it have been done before that time? See, it all comes about by this thing with Roosevelt. Now, if income tax were lawful, why weren't they paying it from the day the country started? And paid it all the way up until 1947 when it really started in earnest. I'm not saying actually started in 1862, but it came to the people after the Second World War. And they just kept sending out. They ended it at the end of 1945. Go back and get some of the newspapers written in. The back page says the income tax is over with. They could collect it for 2 years during the war. And so it said the income tax is over, but they kept sending out these little cards, 1040 cards. They had 1040 on them. And because it wasn't but $5 or $10, people just, pay them the stuff and send it in. Then as their children came up, they said, you have to do that. You have to pay that thing. Everybody pays taxes. Well, not until 1947 they didn't. And so the issue on the income tax is it was never lawful to begin with. Property taxes were never lawful. Texas, we had a ruling by the Supreme Court there that said all ad valorem taxes are abolished forever. They still send out ad valorem taxes. And you say, well, how can they do that? Because they're really not ad valorem taxes. They call fiduciary taxes or franchise. What happens is when you take that land and you go down and register it with the county through your deed of trust or whatever, however you do it, a silent UCC-1 is placed on that property and is given over to the governor. The governor now becomes owner of your property and he's simply letting you use it while you're there. As long as you want to use it, he's your fiduciary of that property, the trust manager of your property. So as fiduciary, he's going to charge you a use tax. So now you're going to pay a use tax on that land. And so that's where it's coming from. And so what we're doing is we're claiming the land out from under the governor and making him the debtor. I think somebody was telling me that they had written back in one state and said, you're doing this all wrong, the governor hadn't given you permission. I said, let the governor write back and say that. I said, write back and tell them people, they know what they're talking about, that you didn't write to them. They're third parties to this action. And you're going to file that, and you don't care what they say. And I guarantee you, in Texas, they have not said a word, not one word. So we started filing on all the land, and it does work. You become the secured party of that land, of your own land back. We can take anybody's land back. What is claiming all about? Who gets to the gold mine first gets the gold. He gets a stop in the ground, and if somebody doesn't shoot him before he gets off there, he runs down, files it into the county. And I had a friend of mine who was in he's one of these guys that could transmute gold out of lead, silver out of lead. He can make metals go from, and he's a mad scientist. I mean, he'd do that thing wrong, that thing would blow up and it'd singe all the hair off the side of his head, and all this. But he knew what he's smart guy. And he was always getting into the gold and silver. And finally, he told the wrong people. Him and this guy in Texas knew. Anyway, they got to know Exxon. And Exxon wanted that process they had of getting gold and silver out of the water, the salt water. And so all of a sudden he died he got poisoned, and the other guy got poisoned. Once they got the formula, they poisoned both of them. And so anyway, what was that? Sidetracked.
Property tax.
I get to rambling, and that's the reason it's hard to answer questions, because I get way off over here. But anyway, on property taxes, they're not lawful. They have never been lawful. They're simply somebody asking you to pay, and you volunteer to do it. They don't do anything without your permission. And you go through all this, and people go, well, I'll lose my property. Well, if that's the way you feel, then go ahead and take what they tell you. You just been held up again. And so I told you about the lady that did it, and they never bothered her again. I'm doing it for another lady now, and she don't have any choice. She don't have the money to pay the taxes, you know, and so it's not a choice of being able to pay them and not doing it. She just don't have the money. So if they're going to get her house, they get her house anyway. And so what's happened is funny, because the first thing they do is pass it off to the criminal district attorney. He writes for the city or the county. And when I wrote him back, he never answered again, never bothered her again. And so it went on to the next thing, and then you get to 7 dwarfs, I guess. I mean, you know, Littlefield, Stone, so and so and so and so. And so they start trying to write. And you say, where in the world you guys come from? You know, I don't know you. Get out of our commercial business. And so then they write you and they say, we're going to put a lien on your property. Well, good luck, fella. You can't put a lien on my property. You don't have authority to put a lien on anyone's property. And so they do that though to scare people. They're even now, those 7 dwarfs or whatever they are, they're even now starting to try to collect the taxes or the tickets on cars and things. Starting to get letters, people get letters, and then people on tickets on cars, you know, they didn't pay them. Dallas had a big amnesty program here about a month ago. Everybody could pay and come in, and because Dallas is in trouble, they're running out of money. And they had about $8 million worth of outstanding tickets. And they're going to be nice to everybody. Come in and pay your ticket, and we won't arrest you if you come in. We'll give you another chance. So then the people that didn't go in, they get a letter from the 7 dwarfs, and they start telling them, you know, you're going to get arrested if you don't come in and pay this. And so anyway, but that's the way your property taxes are. See, if I wrote you a letter, and I say you owe me $1,200 in property taxes, would you send me the money? Then why in the world would you send it to somebody else? You don't know. Where do you know what that money's going for? Where do you know it's going? And so you write back, and the first thing you say to them, hey, wait a minute, I don't know who you are. Write and tell me, why you sending me this letter? Where do you get the authority to do this? That's what you want to do, is get them to cite you the authority. They won't do it, they'll get an attorney to do it for them. And I write them back when they do that, and I say, I don't know who you are, go through the same process, and I say, oh, by the way, if you're subject to those codes, rules, and regulations you quoted, you ought to obey them. But I'm not subject to them. And they send it back, and you never hear from them again. What we have to understand is attorneys are simply third-party debt collectors. A tax assessor collector is a third-party debt collector.
No question.
Anyone down at City Hall is a third-party debt collector. Every one of them. The judge sitting on that bench is not a judge. He is a third-party debt collector. If you will start calling them that, you'll start understanding what they're doing. If you call him a judge, now you're going to try to figure out why he's a judge and what authority he has and what he can do about this and this. But third-party debt collectors only have one thing. Did you give them permission to get into your commercial affairs? One of you understand about the commercial affairs? All crimes are commercial crimes. CFR 2711. What is a commercial crime? You don't got a license to do it, you can't do it. That is a commercial crime. Attorneys do not have license. They have a certificate. They have a bar card that lets them belong to that association. They have no license. The license comes from you and me. When they represent you, they're licensed to practice in commerce. If they don't do it, you read all of those things in it, it lists a whole bunch of them, what they call it, and prostitution, because you don't have a license to be in prostitution. You don't have a license to murder. You don't have a license to steal. It goes down and names all those things. Well, another thing you can put in there, they don't put it in there, but it's the same thing. Attorneys have no license to practice law and commerce unless I give it to them. You're the only one that can give it because you're a sovereign. They can't practice without your permission. And so what happens is that they get involved and start trying to run your commercial affairs. What is the penalty for getting involved in someone's commercial affairs without their permission? What happened to the United States? 2930, right in there. They threw them into involuntary bankruptcy. You see, that is the penalty for operating in commerce without a license. It's involuntary, and all you have to do is write to them, I'm now throwing you into involuntary bankruptcy, but make sure you get all their property down before you do it, because they'll go and hide it then. But you simply tell them, I'm throwing you into involuntary bankruptcy, and all of your property is now forfeited over to me. What do you think they do to you every time they take you into that court? They've thrown you into involuntary bankruptcy, and everything you have belongs to them until you pay whatever fine they want. Isn't that true? Don't they hold you in that jail until you agree to pay what they say? That's all they're doing, involuntary bankruptcy. You violated the commerce, in commerce. You were in commerce without a license. Now, you say, well, I have a license to drive a car. The license is restricted from, if it's 55-mile-an-hour zone, you can't do 85 in it. You don't have a license to do 85, you have a license to do 55. That's what they're looking at. So the issue is that you are in violation, you are operating without a license when you go at 85. That's what they're charging you with. So you're thrown into involuntary bankruptcy, you're jerked into court, you pay everything they tell you, then they're going to hold you. And then they put out the warrants if you don't do it. And I've been through those, so don't anyone tell me you don't go through that. I went through every one of them. I'm going to put out a warrant. I said, I don't give you permission to. In fact, I explained that to a policeman on the street, two of them. And they just pulled me over. And, Mr. McLeod, why don't you get a license? And I said, because it gives you jurisdiction. Well, we already have it. And I said, no, you don't. And he quit. Why? He knew he didn't have it. And so he won't know if I knew he didn't have that he didn't have jurisdiction. So then the other one says, Mr. McLeod, it is a privilege in this state for you to drive down that highway. And I said, no, sir. In this state, it is my right to travel down that highway any one time I want to without two Gestapos pulling me over with guns on their hips, forcing me to give up some of my money. And so he didn't say anything else. And so then after a while they got through, and I said, now can I talk to y'all? Yeah. And I said, and I explained a lot of things to them, and I said, it's you two that are in trouble. And they said, well, you take that up to the judge. I said, judge isn't the one that pulled me over on the highway without my authority, without me telling you could. You did it. So it's you that's going to get the letters. And they said, well, you can take. I said, I don't talk to judges. He said, well, when you go to court? And I said, I don't go to court. He says, well, they'll just put out a warrant for your arrest. And I said, no, they won't. And you see, he was trying to get me to admit that they could do this. And so I just told him, well, they wrote to me and told me that they was going to put out a warrant. I wrote back and I said, I don't give you permission to put out a warrant. Who are you to think you can put out a warrant on me? And never had one of them. They never got after me, never came to my door, never, you know, when they stopped me, in fact, they stopped me after that, and they never said a word about those things. The only thing that I can tell you is that there's just things that you have to say if you don't want to. I drove for years with a Republic of Texas tag on my car. You want something on your car, if they won't bother you, put a Republic of Texas tag if you're in another state. Don't do it in Texas. There they grant you. But we have people order those things from us all the time. And one of them's in Tennessee, he gives them to everybody. And he said they won't even touch them cars. He said they found one out there. He said, I just thought I'd try it one day. He said I put one out on the highway, those tags on the car with a private property sign in it. He said that thing sat out on that freeway for weeks. They wouldn't touch it. They didn't do nothing. And this other guy was in Nevada, another was in Nevada, and he put them on his. He said, I drove for 2 years. And they never one time pulled me over. He said, I drive back to Texas with him and get down to Austin, this cop pulls me over. Gives me a ticket for having them tags. So it just goes to show you that you know, in another state, they can't bother the Republic of Texas, just as they can't. Usually they won't bother anyone else's tags. I know that the car I've got is registered in New Mexico, has been from the day it's born. And so it just stays there. Every year they send a bill, and they, over there, they don't bother New Mexico tags. They don't bother anybody's tags that are not Texas tags. And so, but you know, but those things are just like when we get back to the property taxes. It's simply someone writing to you saying, would you pay this? We need this much to run the city this year. Of course, me and my buddies want to go on a trip over to, you know, and have a good time in the mountains over here. And so if you would pay a little more this year. And this is what they're doing. And so we know that the property taxes are not lawful. They are legal, but legality is with your permission. Legality is always with your permission. And they simply get your permission and you pay them. And you say, you know, somebody writes it, and the thing about a house is people say, well, they'll take my house. No, they won't. There's times that you can, you know, if it gets too bad. But the thing is, you've got to go into it and say, I'm not doing it, and file the right paper. You file the right document before you start it, and you claim that house as yours, and you claim that property as yours. Simply write a declaration into the county record. This is my property. This is my house. This is, you know, I'm not a citizen of Great Britain. I'm not a subject of the British Isles. You go through all of that, because that's who's doing it. And so when you say that, they say, wait a minute, that's when it got away. And they just will not bother. Once you file that document in there, now they got a problem, because you filed it in there after 30 days. It is public record. It's law. And you say, how's that law? Because you can take that into court, and nobody refuted it in 30 days. That is just like a law. You take it into that court. Affidavits will fight anything, because it's the sovereign's way of doing it. That's his deal, is the affidavit. And he is the only one who can write an affidavit. You can't get an affidavit out of an attorney. He don't have first-hand knowledge. He cannot swear to anything. He lies about everything, but he can't swear to anything. Only a sovereign or a living soul can fill out an affidavit. You just can't do it any other way. Look at it and see. They never swear into court. If they could, they'd all swear in when the whole thing started. The judge and everybody would get up and say, we swear to tell the truth in here. How can they tell the truth if they don't have first-hand knowledge? So they don't get up and say anything. They make everybody else get up and swear. And literally, I think the best defense is what that little man came up with. Where's the first? What first? So help me. What first? What are you talking about? Yeah, what first? And that ought to give you an idea as to what it's all about. We're on worst enemies. We're magpies. We want to tell our story, you know, and it's got to be sad. Well, I'm telling you, tell your story to your next door neighbor, but don't tell it to the judge. Because he's only after your money. He could care less. He's after your property and your money. And so property taxes are not lawful. Property taxes are legal. You always distinct between lawful and legal. Legal is with your permission. That's on the democracy side of the government. The republic side of the government, which is we the people, the taxes are illegal. They are not lawful. There's no law to them at all. There's nothing that establishes them as law. You can't go back again to how laws are written by the legislature, introduced as a bill. They get it signed by both houses. The governor signs it. As long as it doesn't violate your rights, it becomes law. Anything that violates your rights can never be law. And all these codes, rules, and regulations violate your rights. So they're never law. They're only something that says you can do them if you want to. If you want to pay these taxes, you can do it. You can do it. Just give us your permission and we'll take your money. And they will take your Federal Reserve notes if you want to hand them to them. Anytime you want to see, you understand the difference in a Federal Reserve note. You as a living soul can offer those to anyone because you're the one that's putting your full faith and value behind them. You're saying somewhere down the line, somebody told me you're going to get paid. Now, I don't know who told me that, but someone said you're going to get paid, but I'm going to tender these to you. See, and you go in here and you want to buy food, they'll sell you food for Federal Reserve notes. Why? Because they will accept them, and you are saying, I'll put my full faith and value that this is money. You're going to get paid one of these days. They take them and count them up, put them in little stacks. They send them, give them to the guy that brings the food out, to the food company. And they say, tell your food, the food company, somebody's going to pay you somewhere down the road. And so it goes on back. But the issue, you can do that all day long. When the government does it, the reason they do it is because it's something added in. And at that point, it's a debt that has not been paid by the Treasury. Everything is prepaid. It becomes a debt not paid by the Treasury. And so at that point, it becomes a debt to you. And so you are not ever required to pay a debt. You are always the creditor. I don't know who got this stuff started that we're debtors. We're never a debtor. You never have been. You're a creditor. You're the only one that has credit. No one else in this country has credit but the people. And that's because the government took the gold, and so that left us with no money to pay a debt with, so the government pays them dollar for dollar. They raked in all the gold. They said, oh, you're creating a debt, okay, okay, and this is what they're doing. They're taking it out of the gold they stole, or took. And so this is how it works. And so when it comes down to your property taxes, when you get assessed, if you want to, the easiest thing is just write them and tell them, I'm accepting for value your offer. And I'm returning it to you. And you quote the amount in there. And I'm returning it to you. And I want closure in this. I don't want to hear anything else about this. You want closure on your taxes. Why? Because it's a debt you did not create. It's a debt the government created. And you can't be charged with what you create because the government prepays it. It's a good scheme for us if they would live up to what they're supposed to do, but then they start double dipping. They all saw ways then that they could just make more money. Get you to pay for it. How did you pay for it? When you were born, your mother ratted on you. She informed on you. She said, that's what I produced for the state. They said, okay, we'll give it a name. We'll let you name it. Okay. And gives it to him, and the state said, okay, now that is a corporate name we're going to create. birth certificate for that little fellow. And so you sign that birth certificate, your mother signs it. Then they put a bond on it. You know what happens when you get a bond put on you? Well, you're getting bondage, aren't you? You now become a slave of the state until you reach the age that you can tell them, I don't want you to represent me anymore. That bond goes into the federal warehouse. All corporations have to have goods in their warehouse. Otherwise, they're a broke warehouse. And so they put those things in there, and they then take them and create U.S. Treasury notes, U.S. Treasury bonds, and they take them to the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve then allows them, and that's where the credit then starts coming from. And then they put out each time that they give them $2 billion worth of those things, they print up $2 billion worth of Federal Reserve notes. And they put up and they say, these go on top of this. And so then people use those Federal Reserve notes up. And what they're doing is using their credit. But you have unlimited credit. Everybody in this country has unlimited credit. For the simple reason that you allow them to use your birth certificate to create the stocks and the bonds that they have for the government. And that's where it all comes from, is that. Now, when you get up older, when you should tell them, you know, I don't want you to represent me anymore, we get in it deeper. Because now we go down and we apply for a Social Security number. In fact, they're getting little babies now before they even know what's going on. They pay the hospital $4,000 for each one of them they can get a Social Security number on. And so they give them a Social Security number as soon as they're born. And so they go in right then. They don't wait till, I think I was about 16 when they finally issued mine. And I was glad to get it. I thought I had I didn't realize what was going on. But anyway, got that Social Security number. But that is where you get in trouble with the...
I was going to say, on the babies, they're also collecting DNA now.
Oh, yeah. But that's where you get in trouble, though, is with the Social Security number. At that point, they have finagled this Federal Reserve note around to where they franchise you with that Social Security number. You really become a franchise for the Federal Reserve System. You're a franchise. That's the reason they will not let you get rid of that number. They will, I don't care what you do. People say, well, I sent in 521 and I got rid of my number. No, you didn't. You know, it's like you got rid of your attorney and then you look around the trial and there he's sitting in the audience. Say, well, I guess he wants to see what's going to happen to him. No, he's still representing you. He's just sitting out there now. And so that's what happens on the thing. It's not it doesn't hurt anything that number is there. Who is the number for? For that straw man. It is not for you, it's for that corporation. It has nothing to do with you as a sovereign. You're the one that steps in and says, hey, that's mine. And they say, oh, that's yours, huh? Well, you pay then. You know, and that's what happens to us. So it doesn't matter, but what they've done with they really did a trick, and you'll learn it in here with the Federal Reserve note, is that they made the Federal Reserve note as a negotiable instrument and then made you a franchise. And so now you have to pay for every Federal Reserve note that they know passes through your hands. You got to pay a franchise tax on that Federal Reserve note. So that's usually why it's 30% or whatever. But again, is the income tax, is that what they're really wanting, is the money? Can't you go down and negotiate with them and get it cut in half or, you know, whatever?
I tried that and they refused unless I signed a contract.
Sure. You do it and then you're going to forever, you agree, you'll never disagree with them again. And so that's why
I have any of this
they'll
is that people learn and they go out and help somebody else. Because we're only here to help people, and that's period. That's all it's about. Because there's no other reason to be on this earth. I wouldn't want to be here. If I can't help somebody, I don't want to be here. Because there's no other reason to be here. Because I've firmly come to the thing, there's no 6,000-year-old man living on this earth. So as I look at myself in the pictures of back when I was young, I say there's something happening here. Things are changing. Where am I headed? And then everybody around me, gets to be the same age and they start dying. You say, wait a minute here now. But the only thing in all of this is that, this earth is just one big graveyard. It's the only way you can look at it. Because everything, the instant it's born, is scheduled to die. Even your big red trees out here. One of these days they will, or somebody will set fire to them. So that's...
I said, that's where I go to work.
Yeah. And so, but that's just, everything is that way. They try to tell you, I get the idea sometimes they're trying to tell us that crocodiles and some of those things have been here 60 million years, but I know crocodiles die just like everybody else. And so what I'm saying is that we need to learn this, and you learn what you want to. But if you learn it, then use it to help people with it, because somebody will come along in your life and they're going to need it. So we've talked about the taxes, the income taxes. We've talked about the property taxes. We've talked about the tickets on the automobiles and all this. And if you'll pay attention when you go in and argue a case on the automobile, you'll see real clear what they're doing. Because I've seen people go in there and, man, they have taken all these law books. They've researched everything. They know every law. They know and they get into court, and man, they get up and they present it to the court. Goes for an hour, 2 hours. And when they get through, the judge looks at the jury and said, now I want you to disregard everything he said. The question in here, was he speeding or wasn't he speeding? He never did say he was speeding, he wasn't speeding. He just up there telling you why you can't do that. Well, the question always in there is, on car things, is strictly the affidavit that the officer puts into your record. We go into those things thinking that, we can argue all that stuff. Well, did you put an affidavit with all that stuff in it? Then it's not in your contract, and so he says disregard it. You've got to put an affidavit that supersedes that affidavit, that officer, and you put it in there, and you simply say, I wasn't speeding in a commercial vehicle on that day. There's real truth to that, and I don't know if I've got it in this book, but it's in some documents. I think I've sent David. I don't send him all of them, but simply the traffic thing is about commercial vehicles. And you can truthfully put in an affidavit, I was not traveling in a commercial vehicle on that day. On that day, I was not speeding in a commercial vehicle. What is the only thing that can be given a ticket? Is a commercial vehicle. And so you put that in there, and now it goes against what the officer says. And most of the time, if you get it in there early enough, the policeman won't show up. So you went by default anyway because he didn't show up. But the reason for it is when you put that in there, that negates what he was going to say in court. So he's not about to show up. He's not about to show up and tell you, yeah, you were driving a commercial vehicle. See, he has no first-hand knowledge you were driving a private automobile. So there are different tricks that they use on us in the court systems. And usually they use it because we're ignorant of what they're doing. And it wasn't until I ran into the law merchants that I knew what they were doing. I didn't understand why they were doing it. And they simply, that policeman, when he gives you that ticket, he has offered you a contract. And what we've done, sometimes it works, sometimes they go spastic. They really get upset. But what happens is you send the thing back to the policeman. You say, hey, I'm rejecting your offer of contract. You send it back to him. One policeman showed up at the door of the person and said, hey, you realize what you did to me? And she said, well, no, I really don't care. And he said, I had to pay that ticket. And he said, well, good, maybe you won't write another one. And so that ticket has to be paid one way or the other. And so they sent it back to him, and now it's his ticket. If he rejects his offer of contract, you send it back there. What happens to us on these process service is that they're coming through process serving you. They may pay a process server to serve you. The contract at that point is not coming from the court, the contract offer. The contract offer is coming from the process server. And so you got to get their name if you can, and then write them a deal, I'm rejecting your offer of contract, and send it back to the process server. It causes lots of consternation on those process servers. And we're learning quite a bit about the process server. You never have to take process. You don't have to take that document you give me. Just tell them I'm not accepting it. And the reason we know this, had one guy, and I was standing there, and the guy tried to process serve him. He just threw it out the window on the ground. He was in his car. He handed it to him, and he said, you've been served. He said, no, I hadn't. And he threw it out on the ground. And so when this thing came, he'd never been to court. I mean, he wouldn't go to court, but they was always sending him what was going on, and this process server gave an affidavit. And in their papers, they said he wouldn't take service. And so we knew then that what he'd done, he'd thrown it out, and so he hadn't been served. And that process server told all kinds of things. I told him I was an official process server, and he threw it out on the ground and all that. And so process servers, you do not have to take service from any of them. You're in another venue from those people. It's no different than an agent coming into your property without your permission. You don't have to take their process service. They will try to serve you anywhere. You just tell them you throw it down on the ground, so I have not been served. What is all this rhetoric going back between? See, is you have to tell them I accept it. Now I think I don't like it, and all this other. Well, you've been served, and they never have and can't serve it. And so, God, what it's about is his aunt died. She left a big estate. When somebody dies and leaves a big estate, let me tell you, those attorneys come from everywhere. And so he had one in Houston that he was using just to kind of, he never hired him, he never signed any contract or anything. He just wanted to use him to kind of find out what was going on. He told him that, well, she had one grandson. Nobody knew that. And because she had disowned him and cut him out of the inheritance and all that, because he'd come in and trashed her house one day while she wasn't there. And so he just cut her out, and so he was in jail at that time. And so he happened to tell this attorney who was supposed to be getting information from him. The next thing he knew, he had gone up to the jail, and now he was representing the grandson. And so this thing has gotten funny because now they're going to, he had a contract with the aunt. He's a real estate broker. And he had a contract with her to sell all of her property. Now, his contract was real. It was a common law contract. Well, in that, she wanted to pay him 10% for selling her property. This was her deal. He told her, he said, well, real estate, normally we get 6%. She said, I don't care, you're my, she always referred to him as her oldest son. She never had children. So she adopted his brother, but she never adopted him. He didn't want her to. And so she referred to him as her oldest son. Well, for 35 years, he handled all of their real estate. Now, he has this exclusive contract. They said, Judge, we don't like that. He's getting 10%. We already have $250,000 for a property sold. And he has 10%. And we don't think that's right. We're going to make a motion that you take that contract away from him. And I said, they can't take that contract. And so they started the process, motion to to compel an injunction to keep him from using his contract. Well, I said, Don, if you want to have some fun. He said, yeah. And I said, okay, we're going to copyright your aunt's name. We're going to copyright your uncle's name. And we're going to send it to them. And we're going to copyright the case name. And all of a sudden, everything got quiet. And he got one thing through the one attorney kept sending him copies of what was going on in the court. And he had always entitled it attorney-client privilege. And I said, that man is representing you. And I said, so anyway, in the process, he eventually fired him and sent it to all the right people. He hadn't got anything from him since then. But then they sent something through the mail. This attorney now gets a bill for $6 million. Because in there it was a bunch of 4 times in one document, 2 times in another. And so he gets a bill for $6 million. What is going to happen is, it's like a lot of you found out, you send these bills to those people, if they don't refute them, guess what? No different than the bill you get from the IRS. No different than the bill you get from the city. That guy owes you that money. And you have a summary judgment on it. And so it's really funny. As I told you, one man did it, and the judge was going to sign they got a fight between him and another man over leaving his equipment on his property, and the guy used it and broke it and so forth. And so took it to court, and they ruled in judgment against this man. And I said, well, just copyright the case number and send it in to him. Been 9 months, that judge won't sign the order. Because he knows he'll get a bill for every time he uses that name. So what Don has done is done his mother, his aunt, and his other, and they cannot use that name. I don't care if they do it in the upper and lower case or if they do it in the all capital letter. It's all the same. When a person dies, they go back to you now become a sovereign. That's when you die. Your name is now in all capital letters. That's the way they refer to you. And it's a funny thing, but while you're alive, they get you, and then when you die. The strange thing about these things is that when a person dies, he stays alive in law for 50 years. He don't just die and he get rid of it. For 50 years, whatever he did stands in law. And so they thought they could get rid of his contract, and so it's funny what's going to take place. But in all of this is we have to learn to take care of who we are. And we have to learn that we are the ones who declare things. And I know it's hard for you to understand when some guys stand there, I'm not going to record it, I'm not going to file this. And you say, okay, you don't file it, but you will record it. And then if they say, I'm not going to, you have a witness there with you, you say, I didn't ask you to record that, I'm telling you to record it. They have no choice but to record that. And I've seen it work 3 or 4 times where the clerk just started. And the thing that you tell them is, are you making a legal determination for me? I had this lady in East Texas, and she came in, she said, they're down there, they're having a lot of trouble out of this one thing because they didn't want to file any Republic of Texas stuff. And so she went in there, and they was going over, her and the head clerk was going over all her papers, and they said, well, you don't have this on here, you don't have this, you don't have this. And she said, I stood there about 10 minutes, and she said, ladies, are y'all making a legal determination for me? She said immediately the head clerk just took off running and ran back into her office, and the other one just filed her papers and or recorded them. And so wasn't a week later, here comes a letter from them. They said, well, we're taking these out of the county. The attorney has told us to do this. And so I told the lady, I said, you just turn around and send them back to them. And said, I didn't give you permission, I didn't ask your permission to record them. I'm not giving you permission to take them out. and no third parties allowed in this thing, and you put them right back in. They're just telling her they're going to take them out so they can get her permission to do it. See, they can't take them out. They can never take anything out you recorded. No judge can order you to take it out. He isn't the one that told you to put it in there. Only the person who put it in there has the contract to put it into wherever he did. And what we have come to see in these corporate courts, all you're dealing with, the judge and all of them are dealing with codes, rules, and regulations, and they have a code for anything you do. And they're simply enforcing those things as you go along. You say something, they got to counter. Well, you could say it the other way, and they've got to counter the other way. If they have something that they say can be done, they have two ways that they can not do it and get away with it, two ways they can do it and get away with it. They have all bases covered so that they can make the most money out of these things that they've made. Now, we'll get into the attorneys and where they came from. And we did quite a research in Texas on the bar and where they came from. And it was in 1938. And we went back and researched every one of them that voted on that Bar Act to be able to be put into the state. And in 1938, it went into every state. Up until that point, attorneys did not have to belong to the bar. They could or they couldn't. They didn't have to belong to it. 1938, they were required to join the bar, or they couldn't practice in the courts.
That's their union.
Huh?
That's their union.
Yeah. And so the attorneys then in 1938, we checked them out, and about 75% of them that voted to bring the bar in, guess what they were? Attorneys. Can a doctor in office, can he vote on any bill that concerns medicine? No. And so all they did is they put this through, and we did a whole report on it, and it nailed to the wall. And so now we're going to throw them out of Texas. You got in by fraud, you're going to go out the right way on your ear. And so this is what we're going to do to them. They have no authority to be there. They're just a bunch of third-party people sitting over in the corner just waiting for something to happen for them to jump on. Well, what they did is they started changing all the laws. Up until about 1926, you could go in and pretty well defend yourself. 1946, they came out with the Administrative Procedures Act. Now they started, everything had to be done according to administrative procedure. So they started teaching all of us on these rabbit trails. You got to do your administrative procedure before you can get anything done. You got to exhaust it. And that chased you down a rabbit trail till you was blue in the face and you wanted to quit. And because nothing ever happened. So in 1973, somewhere around there, 72, 73, everything came into one court. All your courts were placed into one. One part of it became the equity. Equity meant commerce or contract. The other side was the common law. Now, what changed the fact that you could go in there and stay in the common law is that they also, in 1973, they put the intent and the charge together. So when they charged you with something, now you had to prove you didn't intend to do it. And how can you ever prove you didn't intend to run a red light? It's an impossibility. And so that meant now that they took away you being able to plead innocent. See, when you plead innocent, it meant they had to try you and prove intent on your part. So now that was gone, and the attorney said, hey, now, all we have to do now is plea bargain. Well, is there anything in the Constitution about plea bargain? No, it says everyone will have a trial by jury. But the issue is that are you in that, what kind of a court is that? And then you find out it's actually a law merchants and that's all they're doing. And in law merchants, there is no constitutional rights. That's the reason that judges, many times you go in there and you say, I plead my constitutional rights. You don't bring that up in this court. There are no constitutional rights. And there is none. In that court, the only rights are is the common law rights. And your rights are what God gave you and what you were born with. That's the reason the Constitution never was worth anything. It didn't guarantee you anything. It was just a document that they used to bring this thing called the corporation in, and that's where they brought it in through that document, gave them 10-mile square area and said, now, these are your rules that you have to go by in order to operate your 10-mile square area. Now, we're going to let you, Congress, vote on these, any laws that you put into this thing. Well, guess what Congress does? I mean, after a while, they go nuts. And they more laws, and this is the way it went. But, so in 73, all of that happened. And so if you go back and check, you'll see that's when plea bargaining really started in earnest. Why? Why would an attorney spend 2 months or 3 months preparing for one trial when he can run 100 through there in a week? Simply by plea bargaining. And so then in 1980, they made the attorneys represent both sides of the court. It's in every criminal code in every state. The attorneys represent both sides of the court. So if you're in there thinking you're Perry Mason and that district attorney's over on the other side, guess who's representing you? He is. You're not representing yourself. You can't. You're a fiction. You're a corporation and you can't represent yourself. You're in there doing a lot of talking. But I'll ask you a question. What in the world is he doing filing all those papers on you if he's not representing you? How can he file papers on you unless he represents you? He can't do it. And so we've sat there and let these people get away with the fact that they're a third party in all of this stuff, and we let them get away with murder. We simply sat there and never questioned the fact, well, why aren't you sworn in? Why aren't you sworn in, attorney? Why aren't you sworn in, judge? They don't have first-hand information. They can't be. So the courts changed, and that's what changed them. And they changed into a part that you could not go in and defend in any way. They used to let people win every now and then, just to keep them ignorant of what was going on. But someone else could go in and do the same argument in the court, and they'd throw them right out on their ear and take their money. But if you ever think that an attorney, and I'm not saying every one of them down to the T, but there are so few that you can almost say every one of them, that if you think they're not going to see that you go to jail when you go to them, or that they're going to take a lot of your money, you're badly deceived. They are there simply for that reason. They're there to hold you by getting your power of attorney. They keep you quiet during the whole trial. You don't say anything. And at the same time, they're the ones that plea bargain how much you're going to spend in jail. Go and listen to the trial sometime, and at the end of it, listen to what the judge says to the guy that's going to get sentenced. Mr. McLeod, have you been given a fair trial in this court? Yes, sir. And you say, Mr. McLeod, has your attorney, has he worked hard for you? Yes, sir. And you go through and you wonder why he's saying that. You sit there and see that they railroaded him, and they got his hands tied and they're all beaten up on him, and yet he's standing there saying that. What is taking place? The attorney goes to him and says, hey, the judge has agreed that he'll cut your sentence from 10 years to 5 years if you don't give him any trouble during allocution. Well, and most people don't know what allocution is. And allocution is when you get to stand up and speak as a living soul. And at that point, whatever you say goes, whatever you declare. I ain't taking that sentence. And yet they tell them that, and it's like telling them they have cancer And then 2 weeks later, they come to grips with it, and they say, okay, I got cancer, I'm going to die one of these days. So, in other words, they come to a thing, and that's the same way with a sentence. We think you're going to get this. The judge has made the thing that that's what he's going to sentence you. Who is the one who gave you the sentence? Wasn't the judge. Your own attorney did it. He ain't working for you. He's working for the court. He's working for the other side. In Dallas, they have, one of them told us they get $500 if they, when they're appointed to defend somebody, they get $500 if they win. They get $2,500 if they lose. So now you know why they don't ever contact you before the trial date. You go in there and they show up. Hey man, I've been trying to get a hold of you. What's going on? Oh, got it all well in hand. You're only going to get 5 years if you keep your mouth shut. And it's literally what happens. And so what he's told that man is you keep your mouth shut during the sentencing part, and the judge has agreed to cut your sentence from 10 years to 5. And so what does the man do? He sits there and he says, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. They ask him about 50 questions. And then, yes, sir. And then he says, do you feel like the 5-year sentence is a fair sentence? Yes, sir. He just sentenced himself to jail. And that's the way the system works. See, at that point, you can say what you want to, and what you say means something in the court. But you've been tricked by that attorney standing there telling you, don't you open your mouth during this time. They're going to go easy on you. What's easy about taking 5 years of a person's life? It's a bunch of bull. And so that's what happens every time. And you try to talk to someone like that, it's kind of like talking to someone with cancer or any other disease, and you say, hey, I got a real fix over here for you. I don't want to hear it. My doctor says we need to do this, and that's all I'm going to do. And that's the same way as attorneys. I didn't do that. My attorney told me to do this. You ever understood that the instant you say my attorney, my doctor, my lawyer, my preacher, anytime you say my, you have turned over your thinking process from yourself to that person, and you're saying, I'm not going to do anything but what he says to do. And that's why so many people are in trouble. I had a preacher who's telling me, he says, well, brother, all you need to do is get back in the church. I didn't think I ever left. I didn't know that building was a church. I thought there was a body called it. Anyway, so he says, I said, well, I guess you're talking about your church. Well, yeah, we'd like to have you to come there. And I said, okay, let me ask you a question. I said, so I come to your church. And I sit there, and for 10 years I listen to you. I do everything you say. And then one day, 10 years later, you die. 2 days later, I die. I wake up, it's hot as hell, and guess where I am? Right there in hell. And there you're sitting on this wall. Little guy, the red guy, the pitchfork, and the forky tail, and the horns is standing there sticking you. Ow, ow, And you say, hey man, you lied to me. Everybody makes a mistake. And I said, don't you understand what I'm talking about? I won't listen to you. And I'm not going to listen to you. I can think, and I have a Father who will teach me without you. Why do I want to listen to you? And so the issue all the time is that we as men, and women too, but we as men go out, and what do? We start wanting to lord over someone, so we come up with these organizations. Now, if I come up with an organization, the thing I teach, that class I teach, is no way. No phone numbers are collected, no addresses, nothing. People just show up, they want to show up, and we talk. And that's all it is to it. It's not an I will not organize. Organization is when they take your freedom from you. The time you organize, don't believe it, you have no freedom within that organization of what you've joined. You're now there for the good of the organization. It doesn't mean that there's a lot of people with a lot of good ideas. Go ahead and do them. But don't, call it. See, the way they tried to destroy the Republic of Texas was that they told us, they sent a guy to us. He was the ex-president. He joined Morales, who was the Attorney General at that time. And the first meeting I went to that they had put me on the council, I went there and this guy harangued for about 2 hours. Now, if you'll come in down there, I've told him, y'all don't really know what you're doing and stuff, and y'all need to come in and give yourself up, and he'll go lie to them. And I said, and so I sat there and listened to him for 2 hours. I started taking notes at first, and I said, this is nuts. So I listened to him, and at the end, then we all had a meeting, the council all had a meeting. They said, well, what do you think? And I said, what do you think about it? Last week, we were in Austin, Texas, 2 blocks from this guy's office. If he had the authority to arrest anyone, he would have come over and got every one of us. I said, he has no authority. What he wants you to do is give yourself up. Bring yourself in. Now you're admitting, and they said, now, the state of Texas will allow you to be an association. You can call yourself the Republic of Texas Association. What that means is association is the state controls it. And so I said that's crazy. And so anyway, as a result, all of them then started writing and started fighting with this Attorney General, and it eventually just went away. But all of it is with your permission. Everything they do to you is with your permission. And if you'll think about it, that's what it is. But I'm just telling you, organizations is where your freedom is taken away from you. Every time. I don't care what organization it is. They organize for a reason. And they will make you be like them. And they don't want yours. I can't tell you how many times I got thrown out of a church because I questioned things. I'd say, what about this? Well, we don't believe that here. And I said, well, then you need to go down the street. We think them people down there believe that. And so that's what it was all about. And so my theory after a while was, he didn't want me in one of those. He wanted to teach me himself, and so that's where I got. And this is the way with anything. You ever had a problem with your health? You ever gone out and studied about what your health is about? Most of us, and I did for years. Oh, you go to a doctor. If you had a headache, you went to a doctor. He gave you aspirin. If you had this happen, I remember going to one, and I went to school with him. He was he became a neurosurgeon, one of the most noted ones there is, and I pitched fast pitch softball for years. Every time I'd pitch on the weekend, I'd come back on Sunday and there'd be a big knot right between my shoulder blades, and it would hurt. And so I'd go to a chiropractor the next day and he'd pop my bill, and about 3 days it was good. So that weekend I'd go pitch again. So I finally went to this old doctor I went to, and he x-rayed me, and he said, well, I can't find anything wrong with you. He said, nothing shows up in the x-rays. And I could just imagine I had big cancer all over my back and everything, And so next thing happens, this friend of mine said, well, why don't you come over and bring your x-rays and let me look at them? So I went over there and he hung them up. Well, at that time, I could read the writing on a hardwood softball. I don't know if y'all know what that is. But guys throwing it, around 100 miles an hour coming up there, and I could actually read the writing on that thing when it came up, So my eyes were pretty good. And so he puts it up there and he said, oh, you got osteoarthritis. See all this here? I couldn't see anything. And he said, you ought to let me operate on you. I won't charge you anything. But of course I'll charge the insurance for the hospital. But he said, you'll thank me for operating on you? And so I said, well, let me think about it. So I went back to that old Navy doctor that I went to, and he said, well, what did he say? He said, and I told him. And he said, before I let that knife happy, blanky, backed up against the wall, cut on my back, let me tell you something. I'm going to have to crawl into him on my hands and knees, begging him to think. The pain is going to have to be that bad, because I'm telling you, Rice, you do what you want to. But if you let him cut on your back for the rest of your life, you're going to be crippled. And he said, So I said, well, what is osteoarthritis? And he said, well, it's an aging of the bones. And I said, well, what do you need? He said, well, just take some aspirin. And I sold buffering at that time, so, excuse me. I sold buffering, so I had all the buffering I could get my hands on. And so I said, well, he said, take about 4 every 2 hours or something like that. Take 4 of them and get it into your bloodstream, and then you will. And I said, so I said to him, I said, well, will osteoarthritis kill me? And he said, no. And I said, then what's that little pain? You know, I'm not. And so I ended up, I took him for about a month, and I said, this is crazy. I'm not going to do it. And I told him I wasn't going to do it. He said, well, that's your business. And so I quit taking them. Well, when I quit pitching softball, guess what? The pain went away, and I haven't had it since, you know. And so what if I'd have gone in and paid attention to that doctor, rather than listen to common sense that says, this, if you'll do this, you know, I would have let that guy cut on me, and I've been going around now, bent over like this, you know, having to look at everybody like this. And as a result, it never happened. Now, am I saying there's not a use for doctors? That'd be ludicrous, because there's a lot of times that you don't know what's going on. You have to, you know, when I broke my ankle about 10 years ago, I had to go to a doctor and get him to you know, patch it up. And but other than that, I went in last year. I think I got poisoned. I don't know what it's from, but I got poisoned. So I had what they call a pancreas deal. So I go in, and they said, what doctor do you use? I said, I don't use doctors. And he said, well, when's the last time you saw one? And I said, 10 years ago, when I broke my ankle, I had to go to the thing. Well, they had to start trying to find something, so about 2 days in the hospital, they wanted to give me high blood pressure pills. And I said, I don't have high blood pressure. Well, it shows up on, I said, you've got these things in my veins. I'm not eating anything. I don't have high blood. I never had it. Well, you're not going to tell us? No, I'm not taking the pills. So anyway, I'm just telling you for a reason. When I got out, and they started feeding me, when I left the hospital, it was 110/70. Like it always is, 120 to 110/70. And so what were they trying to do? They couldn't stand it because somebody didn't go to the doctor. And if you're taking high blood pressure pills, after a while you're going to have to go to the doctor. You've got to get them refilled. You got to go let him check you. Let him check your blood pressure. You know, and I'm just of the opinion, I don't care one way or the other. You know, my blood veins blow out, then I'm gone. And it ain't going to hurt me. And as I tell my kids, if you ever find me out in the field somewhere, dig a hole and put me in it. Don't start this stuff about old Dad, because Dad ain't there. You know, and that's the way I look at life. But you see, what I'm saying is, anything that is mine, you have claimed that person as being your thought process. And all I'm trying to get you to do is to think yourself. Why are you here? Because you don't want an attorney thinking for you. And so you'll take it the same process. Attorneys, CPAs, one of my best friends is CPA, and I go to lunch with him all the time, and he fights this stuff as much as he can. But he said one day, I said, Wayne, I said, you got a license to be a CPA? Sure, I got a license. I said, you better read that thing again. And he turned around, he read it. This guy's been a CPA for 50 years. And he turned, he said, well, I'll be darned. I got a certificate. And I said, that's all you got. It really shocked him, because I said, you only have the right to practice if I tell you can, or anyone else. So the issue is, what do they have that you don't have? And what do you have more of than they have? You can act for yourself. They can only act if you let them act. So why do you want to get somebody who's going to throw you in jail? And pay them to do it. And then when they get out, they say, hey, if you get in any more trouble, come see me. You ever seen that? I mean, and what a lot of attorneys do to people get picked up on drugs. They get them out, they go down and bond them out, and they say, now you go get me some money. Well, I don't have any money. Go get me some money, I don't care how you get it. So what do? Go out and knock over a liquor store and go pay him his money, see? And that's all it creates, is these people are creating. You want to die quick, go in the hospital. 830,000 people a year they know are being killed in the hospital. They give them the wrong medicine, they do this to them, they do that to them. And the medical profession said, well, we'll admit to 150,000. But you see, why 150,000? Where's the best place to catch a staph infection? Right in the hospital. You're going to get it anytime they cut you open. That staph is running around everywhere. And they want to get you the staph infection so they can give you more drugs. I found out one thing going into the hospital. Don't go in there and tell them you got insurance. Go in there and tell them you don't have insurance. You know what? You get a private room. Why? Because they have foundations that pay for people that don't have insurance. So I told them when I went in, I don't have insurance. I don't have any way of paying you. But don't worry about it. Sign right here. So I signed there. I was hurting too bad not to sign. So I went in there. I got me a private room. I mean, I had everything. You know, doctors and nurses coming in there all the time, and I had nothing. And what it is they have a foundation that pays, and when they do, they're going to milk the foundation. They're not, you know, they don't care about the foundation. That foundation got lots of money, so they give you the best possible treatment that you can give. And so that's when I found out that I don't mix with Demerol or whatever they give you for the pain. They come and they told me, they said, you got 10, every 10 minutes you can press this little button, you know, for the pain. Every 10 minutes I pressed that button. After a while, I didn't know what was going on. Nurse came in there. She said, do you understand what you're talking about? And I said, yeah, I understand what I'm talking about. Do you really understand what you said? And then I came to it, and I said, no, I don't understand. I knew I was talking to her. But I said, no, I don't understand what I said. And she started laughing. She said, you were saying something about the government. So I learned then I didn't want any more of that stuff, so they took it off. My daughter said she came in, and I told her, I said, Lisa, somebody stole my television, stole my telephone. She says, Dad, your television's still right there, and your telephone's right here. So you go into, I mean, it's crazy. So anyway, but I'm just telling you that about my doctor, my lawyer, my CPA. Do what you want to, but start learning about that stuff yourself. And you might come to different conclusions in what they come to. And so the attorneys are no more legitimate than the man in the moon in this country, because they voted on their own bill in every state, and they voted on their own bill and voted themselves into the system. And once they did that, they have done nothing but rape and pillage people from that point on. Used to, before 1926, you could get an attorney who would really work for you. I mean, he really tried to help you. But as they hamstring him, all he could see is money. Well, if I don't do it this way, I'm not going to make any money. And so some of them do. I have one that will tell me a lot of things, and I talk with him. He's the one that told me about the attorneys representing both sides of the court. Then I understood why he was charging these attorneys, charged these friends of mine $12,000, and they had no attorney. And they got a bill from these other attorneys for $12,000. And I said, those guys are represented. So we wrote to them. That's when I started firing all of them. And I understood that that's what was going on. And so we started putting out this thing about firing them. And it's true. You can fire any of them. The reason is you're a sovereign, and what you say goes. And what I told you you about going into court. Try it sometime. It will cause no end to the consternation for the attorneys and the judge. It will make, the judge may laugh about it behind their back, but he's not going to laugh out in court. Because you can literally tell him, that guy don't represent me, he's over there saying stuff, he's a third party, get him out of here. And we've had people that go in and say it, but they don't go far enough. And the judge will say, well, he's just representing the other side. And oh, okay. And they go ahead and let him go ahead and represent them, they get in a lot of trouble. But the issue is the bar is not anything. The Bar Association, you talk about the Constitution, the original Constitution was never written as a Constitution, written as a declaration. And I had the papers, I had everything. The guys smuggled them to me. And so I had them over at the office, and I was talking to these two guys. And I don't know if the officer bugged or one of them is a bad guy. But this on Saturday afternoon, I had those papers, and I was going to make copies and give them to the class and everything. And it told all about it, how they took the Declaration and the Bar Association of New York, changed it into a Constitution, then back to a Declaration. Then they taught, until the Civil War, they taught people how to take it and go back and forth with it. And so you say, well, what difference does it make? A Declaration you cannot amend. A Constitution you can. The Declaration of Independence has never been amended. But the Constitution is amended all the time, and so after the Civil War, they just left it as a Constitution and just forgot about the Declaration part, and that's what happened. And so the next day, I was showing these guys, these two guys, and I had done some papers for the federal court, and this was on Saturday afternoon about 6 o'clock, and they left, and I left, and came back the next morning. The papers for the courts were gone, and those documents for the about the Constitution were gone. And the last known one was owned by a guy out of Montana. One of the congressmen had it, and he started trying to enforce it, and they killed him. So there were 18 copies of it made in the beginning as a declaration. 3 of them were in Philadelphia. That's the reason it burnt down 3 times. Because every time they'd find one of them, they'd burn the building down to destroy the document. And so this went on until finally that one was the last original. And so he started trying to enforce it. When he did, as a declaration rather than as a constitution, they killed him. And so all this was it was a phone conversation between these 2 people, and they were telling about it. And the documents showed exactly. I mean, you could see it. It changed it from a constitution back into a declaration, back into a constitution. And it's so obvious what they have done. And so everything that we get from these people, from the Bar Association, it seems like always that it's what they're saying isn't true. 1926, they started copyrighting all of the laws, all of the codes, rules, and regulations. So now you know why you can't use them in court. They belong to the bar. There's a copyright on them. You know why the preachers have to be ordained by the state. All the Bibles are copyrighted by England, every one of them. And they have to get the permission to use that book to make a living off of. And that's what it's all about. You know, you can argue all the other stuff you want to, but that's why they have to do what they do. And I was in one of those, I used to go to this one place, and so the guy that rented, he had a national ministry, he was on the radio every day and all that stuff, and I had to answer the phone for a lot of it. And so he said, anyway, they were having an ordination service. And in that place, we had round tables where we could write while he was teaching and stuff. And so we had a bunch of us sit around this table back there, and we were the ones that people would say, "Shut up back here, we can't hear." We was always talking, and that's what it was for, but they didn't like it. So anyway, he come back and sat down at the table while they were ordaining, 3 guys up the front. And so I said to him, Bob, I said, why are you ordaining them people? You know that isn't biblical. He started laughing. He said, well, the state requires it. They require them in order to marry somebody and to bury someone. And then it started making sense to me what all was going on. And so all of it has a reason, and the main reason is about copyrights. And you want to know why I keep telling you to copyright everything, any name you want to copyright that is not copyrighted. And the Secretary of State will tell you, that name is not copyrighted. Well, you copyright it. And then you enter it into the county record as your copyright. And literally, if an attorney is giving you trouble, copyright his fiction. You can't copyright his, that real name, but you can copyright his fiction. You can copyright his law firm's name. You can copyright all kinds of things, And he gets upset, but I'd rather he be upset than me. And so that's just the way I look at it. The copyright is the greatest thing because in 1840 it was ruled the common law of copyright supersedes all copyrights and are superior to all copyrights. And so we started doing this common law copyright, and I started seeing where this just infuriates, because the first time they violated, you send them a bill. And it's really funny. They don't like it. Well, if they didn't know it, then why would it matter to them? And they can't send it back. See, they cannot deny your right to contract. In other words, they can't deny it. You send that to them. They can't play under the Trade with the or Fair Trade Act or the Fair Trade Practices Act. They can't do that because they're a corporation, and they can't come under that, but you can, and this is where you're superior to everything they're doing. We have just been led to believe that they are superior. Don't they wear the $3,000 suits in court? Don't they pull up in their Mercedes or whatever? And I told one day, I was sitting there talking to this lady, and he decided he was going to butt in, He said, you can't tell her that. And I said, well, I am. Who are you? Well, I'm attorney so-and-so. I've got 2 law degrees. I said, so what? And I said, you're the problem with this whole country. I said, fella, you go downtown, and I said, y'all occupy every one of those 40-story buildings downtown. And I said, you're in every one of them, you pay exorbitant rent. You don't do one thing for society. There's nothing you do to get the money you're doing. All you're doing is sucking the blood out of somebody who has gone out and worked hard.
Amen.
And I said, and then you go out into the neighborhoods and you make everybody think you're somebody. And you build this $3 million home out there, and everybody say, oh, that's attorney so-and-so's house. And I said, you're the one destroying. He said, well, you sound like you're mad at the world. I said, no, I'm mad at attorneys. And so I turned around and walked out there. And that's just the way I feel about it. When they show me that they are willing to help somebody who's in trouble, they can't. But they're there simply to collect money, to collect property. Because of that one statement, the property belongs to the state and will be used for the good of the state. They're there as third-party debt collectors trying to collect your property. And if we'll start looking at all of these people as third-party debt collectors, attorney, third-party debt collector, tax assessor collector, third-party debt collector, judges, third-party debt collectors, governor, third-party debt collectors. All of them are there for the one reason. England has told them to collect all the property from the people. And people wondered, remember Clinton, at the end of his term, he remember I told y'all, and I don't know if some of you here remember it, but I told you that the country was in bankruptcy, had been in 1789 and then 1929, and it would come out in 1999. You remember Clinton saying if people would leave me in, in 10 years I could pay the debt of the United States off. Well, what did Bush do when he went into office? Gave a $1.6 trillion tax cut to all of the taxpayers and made it permanent. Now they're going to make it permanent. Why can he do that if they need money? Because all of the income tax in 1999 went from going to the Federal Reserve Bank into the Treasury. Now they had $1.6 trillion they didn't know what to do with. That's even too big for a congressman to spend. And so they decided they'd give it back to them as a tax cut. And that would make George great in the eyes of the people. You know, and y'all don't know George like we know George. So. And you ever known that, seen that little grin he has when he's trying to be serious? He's not serious at all. He intends to incarcerate you. He intends to burn you up. He intends to do all of those things. But he's not the nice little guy that everybody thinks he is. And people saying, well, he's a good Christian man. I said, yeah, he's a Christian, all right. I said, he's Christian, he's Roman Catholic. History tells you that's the way it is. You know, I'm a believer. He's a Christian. What is a Christian? See, he goes back. They were the ones that attacked the Jews down in the Crusades. Says it was the Christians that did it. It said they were Roman Catholic. Then it said it was the Christians who attacked the Muslims. The reason Muslims hate Christians now, they attacked them and killed them and everything else. Then it says, in history, it says the Christians are the ones who attacked the believers who would not become Roman Catholic or Christian. Now, I'm not attacking Roman Catholicism.
Go ahead.
Huh? No. The issue is not Roman Catholicism. The issue is not Southern Baptists. You know, I was raised in a Baptist orphans home. And for 55 years, I thought I was Baptist. Then I come dawn on me one day, he said I was a believer. He didn't say nothing about me being a Baptist. And so all of that stuff is just so much rhetoric to get us divided and go off into all kinds of different directions. There are a lot of believers in the Roman Catholic Church. But there are a lot of believers in all the churches. They just haven't woke up yet. And that's just the way it is. So I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just saying you go back to the word church. People don't even, they think it's been around since, Paul and Peter and them. It never was. The word church didn't come into existence till the King James Version of the Bible came out, 1600. There was a word church. And so we get all these things, and if you say you're church, guess what you say you are? Roman Catholic. That's where it came from. And so when you get into that, what are you? You're a believer of the body. And I'm nothing more. And so I'm just saying in all of this that we get deceived because we get into organizations and we want to believe, and we want to believe these other guys are nuts. That guy, he can't be your brother. He believes in this. And he can't be your brother, he believes in this. Well, see the same thing, you say, I'm the one going to heaven. All the rest of y'all, I'll pour some water down on you. And that's the way most people look at people. And they say, oh, he's not, God don't want him. Well, God wants whoever he wants to want. He's a creator, he does what he wants to do. And that's the way I look at it. That he's sure a lot superior to me. And so I started reading all kinds of what I'm saying, different things. Now, does that make those books true? No. Every book is always slanted the way the author believes. But you start getting other ideas, see, that, hey, this is not what we were taught it was. And so all I'm saying, and why I'm telling you all this, is to try to get you to start thinking on your own. Who are you? Who are you? Are you a Baptist? Are you a human being or a living soul that's created to be free? Where's freedom in joining any organization? Where's your freedom? You have to give some of it up, don't you? Always you have to give freedom up when you join an organization. Am I saying all organizations are bad? No. The intent, as I explained it to a man one time, he said, well, you have to have these things. And I said, well, let me put it to you this way. I said, this thing is just starting. It's going to be as pure as it's ever going to get right now. I said, 1 year from now, you won't know the difference between it and anybody else. We're setting this thing, the foundation, and it's all going to be pure. And so help me, a year from that, we couldn't tell the difference between us and anyone else. See, and here you start out with these pure thoughts in your mind. Well, man can keep them for about maybe a day. And he starts changing. Well, now, if I do this, I won't tell him. But if I do this, this will change this just a little bit. This is the way it ought to go. See? And all it does is take a little bit of freedom of somebody in that organization away from him. Because he sure ain't going to apply it to himself. He's not going to take his own freedom. So he's always looking around somebody else who can take it. Oh, he says, I can get his. And then he starts in. But the greatest thing, if you start studying this thing called Hegelian dialectics, and you'll see exactly what's going on in the nation right now.
Spell that.
It's Hegelian. Hegelian dialectics.
Spell it again.
Hegelian. It's dialectics. D-I-A-L-E-C. Yes. Peace. So if you'll start looking up and start getting and reading about that stuff, you'll see why you're in the position we were in. I understand why I was. Why? Because I was always told you can't think that way. In order to get along with me, you're going to have to think the way I think. You give up what you believe, and then we'll get along good. And I just happened to be that much of a rebel that at a certain point I said no. And I was always one. In the Army, asking. They told me the night before I was coming home, you're not out of the Army yet, and if you say any more, you may stay over here forever. So that time I kept my mouth shut till I got out of there. I was always into it. I guess I was always kind of a rebel in certain things, but that's what it takes, I think. And if everybody here is really wanting the truth, you're a rebel too. You notice before the 911, patriots were thought to be horrible creatures. After 911, everybody, if you're a patriot, man, you're a great thing. But you had to be a patriot to one thing, to that flag. You had to worship that flag. That was called patriotism. And so my patriotism is to people. My patriotism is not some flag. It's not to some building. It's not to anything else but people. They're what's real. And, and who brought the building down up there, I have not a clue. I watched it, and it looked like it just, imploded and came down. But I don't know what happened. I just saw on television like everybody else. But I do know enough that I'm not going to be captured again by them and put under their control. And the issue in all of it is once you learn truth, you don't want to go back to that stuff. See, the more truth I learn, the more I can be truthful with everybody I come to. And I don't have to steal from anyone. I don't have to do anything. Because now I'm free. And the more freedom a man has, the less he will harm another man. 60 million laws are what's making people so mean now. They can't do them. And there's a whole bunch of them they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. And so they get mean. They get thing, and they say, well, I'm in trouble anyway, I might as well go out and do this, you know. And that's what caused it. Man is born to be free. He's born, that's the way he was. And I've told you I'm Indian, and my mother's full-blood Indian. And the thing is, we never had kings and queens. We had chiefs, but chiefs never put up laws and things that said we couldn't do whatever we wanted to do at whatever time we wanted to. But they didn't go around killing each other. What has happened now is the more laws you get, it forces a man to break the law. Because man by nature is a lawbreaker. Just by nature, he'll do it. And so what we learn in all of this is you'll find out we never had any kings and queens. We had chiefs, but they were just people that liked to sit around and expound on what they thought they knew. And so the rest of them said, I'd rather be out hunting buffalo. And we'll let them do all that thinking, you know. And they went out and chased the buffalo and the deer. But it wasn't, their life was free. And I've read a whole lot of books, and I'm not here about the Indian issue. I could care less. They're all dead anyway. You know, and what we have to deal with is now.
They got bingo parlors.
Huh?
They've got bingo parlors.
No, but the ones I read about it did. And so they had all this stuff they were doing, and they'd come to them and they'd say, hey, we're going to put you on this land over here. And they'd say, wait a minute, where did you get the land? We lived here for thousands of years. Nobody bothered us. We didn't have to go buy it from anyone. Who'd you find the buy it from? And they never could answer that. And so anyway, I did a lot of research on the Indian tribes. Mine came from, actually from China, Queen China, Mongolia, and Russia. And the Chinese used to beat up on them all the time. Got a book that has a whole history of them. And from the beginning of time, they have symbols that they use. And so Chinese beat up on them. They got tired of fighting with them, so they just left. And when they got here, they had about 10,000 that came here. The night they were going into Alaska, they came across the Bering Straits. It just froze up. In other words, it just all in one swoop came and froze up that night, and they walked across. And it froze so fast, they tell about 2 big fish that got frozen in there, and they lost 2 people, and evidently they were sharks. And they lost 2 people who was, you know, it was in the nighttime, and they stepped in their mouth. They got them. They were frozen to the ice, but they stepped in there and they got them. But they came across and came down the east side of the Rockies. They ran into the mound people. They ran into the Western Indians, and then they ran into the mound people were the first ones here from what they could surmise. And the Cherokee and anyway, they tell about it. They get over on the East Coast. What they were after, and that was funny to me, is that sun was setting down somewhere over there every night. They're just going to find out where it was setting down. It had to sit there and wait till, you know, next morning. They never did know it was going around and around and around. That's what they were after. They kept going and kept following it, and finally got to the Atlantic, and they couldn't go any further. And so they settled down in Delaware, and it eventually ended up in East Texas, and that's where I came from. But the issue in it is what I was saying. They never had kings and queens. And they were free, and they just kind of went and did what they wanted to. Did they have fights with other tribes? Yeah. But they didn't, you know, it wasn't a big war all the time. The ones down around down on the Texas border? No, the Apache. The Apache would always go across the border and fight with the Mexicans. And the Mexicans were coming across the border and fighting with them. And it was the craziest thing. And so the Apache sees the army, the American army coming. Here they come. They think they're going to help them. They like to wipe the Apache totally off the face of the earth. They put them off on this land that the water was horrible. They couldn't drink it, and they like to kill all of them. But that's other stories. But what I'm saying is that man is intended to be free, and you can be free if somebody don't put a law on you. You're free, and that's the way it is. And the more you're free, the more you want to help other people rather than try See, we get in this mentality of wanting to take what somebody else has. And we start figuring out these little things. Now, if I do this, I get a bill to invest in my deal, then I'll take all this stuff. Next thing you know, Bill ain't got nothing, and I've got it all. And I think I'm pretty short until this other guy sitting over there said, I'll wait till he gets Bill's stuff, and then I'll get his stuff. And there it goes, he's got mine, and then I'm out there hollering about him. But the law merchants, and we've got to understand that, and when you read it and read it again, you will start understanding what this is all about. And they have us trapped by the law merchants. They have us in the courts, and that is what they do us by. And as you get into this, you're going to start coming up with ideas that is just going to, it'll amaze me and everybody else that's in this. Where do you get that idea? Man, it's just killing them. And you'll kill them for a while, and they catch on to what you're doing, and then they'll say, oh, no, we're not going to do that. And that's what they do most of the time. But the more people you get involved in this, and the more ways you go at them, you don't think that the guys down there go nuts. They say, we can't even read that stuff. What are y'all talking about? We say, well, because we're writing it from left to right. You've been writing stuff from right to left. That's why they can't understand it, because all laws are written backwards. And they can't understand that, because really, if you take all trusts are written backwards. If you go into a statutory trust, every one of them. Who owns all statutory trusts? IRS. If you one of them that starts off this trust, guarantee you better change that, because that belongs to the IRS. And so all you're saying in trust, and I tell people about trust, and that's their own deal, it's a private contract between two people. I hate to be trustees for people on these things, because it's frightening if you think about it, because here's all this money, and that tests you to the nth degree, because you can just take your trusteeship and go in and write checks on everything, because most attorneys write it to where they can go into that person's account and they take anything they got. And what they do to them is they have already robbed them before the people realize what's going on. Had a man who was CIA down there in Texas, and he claimed he got out, and I said, nobody gets out. I said, you're kidding somebody. But anyway, he was wanting me, his wife had a trust. And this financial advisor had advised her on putting this in there, and this attorney had written a trust. And so she went to him when her mother died, and her mother said, well, when I die, I want these, she has a sister, and I want one trust to be set up for this sister, one for this one. And when she died, she said $250,000 to go in this one, $250,000 in this one, and then sell the property and the land and everything and divide it equally among these two. She goes to the financial advisors, and she said, I need $5,000 out of my trust. Basically told her it wasn't there. And I said, what you're going to find when you go into that thing, that he and the attorney have already sucked the trust dry. And they're playing you for a sucker. And so when you get into common law trust, what they call common law trust, the trust is an agreement. When you get into those, you find you a good trustee, trusts are good. What happens in the statutory trust is attorneys are always have got it fixed to where they own everything. In other words, they do everything for you. They can take any money they want from you at the time they want it. And I have never in my life, everybody that I've ever known who have written trust on a regular basis have gotten arrested. That doesn't say that everybody that writes them gets arrested. I'm saying that there are ones who do. And y'all, we had them around Dallas that was writing them all. We used to have 800 to 1,100 people that would show up in what we call CLR. Man, it was worse than the temple when about all of the trading that was going on in there. Man, you could buy bazookas, you could buy shotguns, you could buy anything your heart desired. 90 millimeter cannon. I mean, whatever you wanted, there was tables set up all over that place. Because there was lots of business went on there. And at that time, everybody was trying to do this and get this, and so you had all kinds of people come in there and do those. And so there was a lot of people in Dallas who wrote trusts. And they no sooner get those trusts written, the IRS would raid their office, take all the trusts, and then start coming out and threatening everybody that had a trust. And I couldn't understand that. I thought you could write a trust. I didn't know you wasn't allowed to write them. But trusts are good. If you got a good trustee, they're good. If you don't have a good trustee, they're not good. Trustee is the one that makes all of it. If you got a good one, you're in good hands. Unless they have a turn of events. You think they're good and all of a sudden things get bad. You don't know what's going to happen. But trust, I've got trusts and I write them for people, but I don't charge them for them because I don't want to get into that thing of them coming after me and saying you're writing trusts. That's the reason I think they don't bother me, is because I don't charge people for what I'm doing. It's just, and I could care less. They call me on the phone all the time. Hey, will you send me your book? Sure. What do you charge for it? Well, that's up to you. I don't charge anything. If you want to send something, that's up to you. And evidently, maybe 1 out of 10 will send something. And that's no big deal. Because to me, it isn't worth it. I would rather them have the book and make copies and give something to somebody else. I don't want, he's always taken care of me. I've never had to go and beg somebody for money. He's always provided it. So the issue always with me is to help you. And I will help anybody that wants to be helped and that I can help. Sometimes there is none. I had one man from Idaho or somewhere call me, and he was using about 16 different processes in his paperwork. And he was so mixed up, he didn't know where he was. Well, so-and-so. I said, yeah, I've heard of him. Well, he says, do this. Well, so-and-so, he says, do this. And after a while, he says, and so I'm in more trouble when I started out. And I said, I can see you are. And I said, I can't help you until you come to the point of wanting to use one process. I don't care who you use. Just get that one person and stick with them. If you want to, if you're going to do that, then pay them what they ask you to pay, and then they are responsible for your paperwork. But to get involved in a whole bunch of different things, and then there's just certain things I can't do. And there's things that I won't do. And anything that's immoral or not truthful, I'm not going to do it. Now, will I try to help anyone who's in trouble with any court? Sure. Because are those your courts? No, they're not. So you can help anyone, and it's not my thing to sit here and judge somebody if they're smoking pot or whatever they're doing. They have to deal with that. If they want to ask me about it, I'll tell them, but until they do, I just help them with the trouble they're in. We had a man, and you talk about this thing in the Republic of Texas, a judge had told us, y'all start every time they bring you into court, y'all simply ask them for the Treaty of Annexation for the Republic of Texas and all documents. We started doing that, they started kicking everything out. Well, one of the man's sons got a drug charge against him. He went in for the pre-trial. And he presented that right at the last. He forgot about it. He wrote it down real quick on a piece of paper. And he said, wait a minute, Judge, I want to take this over to the attorney, and I want this on pre-trial. You get information you get to ask for. So he turned it over and he handed that thing, and he no sooner got set down, and he said, Judge, I think we're going to have to postpone this hearing till Monday. And so the judge said, okay. So they postponed it till Monday. He came in Monday, and they said, well, it's been postponed till Tuesday. He came in Tuesday, and the clerk said, well, you didn't know they dismissed or discharged that case yesterday. Nobody had told him. But what it was about that one thing. Who, where is a treaty of annexation? And so he turned around and walked out. They didn't do one thing to it. And so there are things that will trigger them, but it's all jurisdiction. And we've been going at the jurisdictional issue wrong. And once we start learning the jurisdictional issue is I, me, my, myself, and who you call a straw man, or this fiction, this copyright you have. And he's simply a copyrighted name. He's a fiction somebody made up so you copyright it. And so remember that copyright. It is so important. Number one, when you go into court, the first thing you have in your affidavits, you've got to set what the court is. It's a commercial court. This, that I, me, my, or myself, with an address correction, and you do that, and then you say, I'm not a corporation, fiction, or franchise. Then you list all these people involved in this case, and you say these people are franchises. And I declare they don't exist. Who has said I don't exist? I, me, my, or myself. I declare they don't exist. You don't say your name declares they don't exist. I declare it. So then you go down, the first question you say, I hereby affirm that this case is in commerce. That's the first thing you put on there. Second thing is, I hereby affirm, since this case is in commerce, that I can claim all of my common law rights under UCC 1-207. Now you set that court in common law, and they can't move off of it. And then you put your things in there. You start outlining what you're going to say to them. And I do not know this person. I did not give them permission to get into my commercial affairs. And I'm hereby noticing the court they do not exist. You're simply stating truth. And when you get through, you put that into the court. And you go down and get it, and it gets you a certified copy from the clerk once she puts it in. And you hand it to those judges, and I guarantee it worked. One man walked in, and the clerk said, Mr. Thompson. At that point, he should have said, are you addressing me? He didn't. And she said, yes. She said, what do you want us to do with this case? Well, they were telling him they're going to throw him in, they're really after him because of the traffic ticket. And so they said, what do you want to do with the case? He said, I want it expunged. I said, that's the wrong word. He said, I know it now. He said, I know it. So anyway, she said, well, why don't you go in and see the judge? The judge said the same thing to him, Mr. Thompson. What do you want to do with the case? I want it expunged. The judge knew then that he wasn't real versed in what he was trying to do, but he was willing to fight. And so he started a conversation with the judge. And I said, how could you have a conversation with the judge? He's on the other side. You're on this side. Why would you talk to him? Well, I know. And I said, you're going to have to cut that magpie stuff out and just go in and say, I'm me. See, and I want this case discharged. I want out of here, and I want this thing closed, and I don't want to hear about it again. And that's what you say. And so it worked there, and another time did the same thing, and the woman came out, she said, I made 2 mistakes. She's in Alabama. She called and said, that they had set her up for a trial, jury trial, I think in November or something. And I said, well, then you must have said, she told me what she said. She said, I realized as soon as I said it that I'd made 2 mistakes. And so that's what they set that on. I said, well, we'll go after this other at the jury trial. And this time you go in and you don't say anything. You just go in and I'm me and just sit there. And so anyway, we've prepared some documents for it. It's all in the way you go at it. You got to set the court the way you want it by your affidavit. You simply set that court the way you want it in common law. You don't want to set it in the equity. See, we used to do the thing, I am me, my, or myself, Albert Rice McLeod, a sovereign. what have you just done? We were shooting ourselves in the foot. And so it dawned on me that the care of was supposed to include Albert Rice McLeod, not Albert Rice McLeod, care of 1514 Main Street. See, the care of is before your address. And when you do that, now it's befuddles them, because now you take into the court your copyright and you say, now, ask me what my name is, and I'll charge you for it. And that's all you're saying to them. And the judges, two of them had walked out just by saying, I'm me. And the judges don't want to fight with it because it's in common law, and they're supposed to be on their side if it's in common law. They're on equity side, they're on the attorney's side. So,
Notarial protest. And you've got a state official recognizing that this has been filed, and then they're making note of it and sending it over there to New York, whether the notary's here in California, whatever. And that carries a lot of weight because it's a state official taking recognition of that. And it's a very powerful tool. We've been using it with a number of different processes that we've been using. And one step further, and it goes out with the second letter. When they ignore that first letter, when they put on notice, that second letter goes with a notarial protest. And it's getting their attention.
First letter, second letter? You don't have any problem doing that notarial protest with notaries?
No. Well, you won't find a lot of notaries that are willing to do that, but there are some. I fortunately have one.
Most of the states, if you go into their website and you look up the UCC 9 revision, it'll tell you, and they'll have a section in there that says that their duty is only ministerial. And so most of them will go ahead and file it because they have a ministerial duty, and they will tell you that we're not going to take responsibility for anything that's wrong.
That's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Question's not on tape.
The other, she mentioned that what they will tell you is that they only have a ministerial duty and they won't take responsibility for the document. But it's your document, you're the one taking responsibility for it. All they're doing is making public record of it. That's all the filing is public record. There's nothing magical about it or anything, it's just public record of it. And the, what was I going to say there?
Well, they never were responsible.
Well, yeah, they, that's the thing about the notary. Did you have a question, Dan?
Quick comment.
Yeah.
If you're not familiar with notary protest, there's a self-proclaimed expert on it in New York that publishes a manual for notaries. This is the one that the notaries buy to learn how to do it. And it's called notarylaw.com. It's about a $25 paperback plus shipping. And it has a section in on that and all the other notary functions. They have New York and several other states especially, but for California they recommend their universal publication on notary services.
okay, I understand we're going to break for dinner.
I have one more question about that.
Yeah, 1 hour.
After dinner, is it still going to continue to be question and answer, or are you going to discuss one of the other pamphlets?
Any number of times. Time and time and time again. Sometimes I may help 10 people a day. I do documents for them. Sometimes I may help as many as 100 people a week. I do documents for them. And the reason I do that, it teaches me at the same time, they've got a bad problem, and if it helps them out, then yeah, I go through these documents. That's the reason they change, because I start seeing something in there.
Well, I'd like to thank you for saying that, sir, because you're one of the very few speakers that I went to see that personally used that material.
Yeah, the issue is how do you ever learn what you're doing if you don't do it? And so what I've done throughout the thing is just try to help people, and
and I'm not trying to stand up here and say that's some kind of a martyr thing. That's not true. It just, when I got into it with the IRS, I know what people are going on. I know what's going on in their mind. Because, man, I thought there was an IRS agent behind every bush. Everywhere I went, every time I went to hear someone speak, I walked outside and I always watched every bush. Maybe there's hiding behind there. And you always had this thing, well, they're going to arrest everybody at the meeting. So you go through that, you get in your mind that these people can do stuff. And then you start doing all this and you find out that they're not as tough as everybody said they were. And so, yeah, I've done this from the beginning, is to help people. And so I've done everything I'm telling you, at least probably 10 times. So sometimes many, many more, according to what it is. So, okay.
All right, the question on the copyright. I've been told that we can copyright our name, but originally we were doing a copyright and a trademark. And I've been told we really shouldn't be doing the trademark, just the copyright. And that's my question on the copyright. What can we not do that was maybe an original material we had a year or two ago?
Number one, the trademark copyright, you can call it what you want to, but it ought to be just a copyright. We started off calling it a trademark copyright, but that really isn't what it is. It's simply a copyright of a name. And so we never got in trouble for using trademark copyright. So, and I've redone actually the copyright the way it is in the book. Just a little bit, not the wording other than the I, me, my, myself, and taking my name out of that and started calling myself the title owner and of this name. And so things are always changing just a little bit, but the basis to the copyright is as sound as it can ever be. Yeah, at first we were using trademark copyright, but now it's just simply a copyright. But I bill those attorneys under the trademark copyright. And so, it causes them trouble, but it never caused me trouble.
All right, so I'd like to find out a lot more about the special appearance bond and how we use that in court, how it works, what they're actually doing, and a step-by-step description of what we should do if we're brought into a statutory court.
The special appearance bond is different from what do you call it, when you bond yourself out, a bail bond. It's different altogether. The issue in the court always is that the writ of habeas corpus can never be taken away. It's on the common law side. You cannot file papers because they will not pay attention to them. But the issue, your writ of habeas corpus is hidden in the special appearance bond. And you ask them for it when you go in. You ask the jailer, I want a special appearance bond. I want to talk to the person that has this special appearance bond so that I can get basically saying, I want my writ of habeas corpus. I want out of here without having to pay to get out. And what they'll try to do, because it's hard for a corporation to really put up a bond because there's not anybody there to put up the bond for the corporation. Now, attorneys, when they sue you or somebody else, the attorney will put up the bond. But the bond is always there, whether they give it to you as a special appearance or whether they just wait until you come into court. The bond is always in the court covering the charges that they're making against you. Had one of the guys that went to prison, the federal prison, they called him up and they said, if you will come in, we will let you out on a special appearance bond. He didn't really understand what it was, and so he went in, and they let him out on a special appearance bond. But the problem is when you go back into court, it's when you have to address that issue. Because at that point, they're going to try to get you to plead in the court. When they want you to plead, you simply say, before I can plead, I need to know which one of y'all are holding my special appearance bond. Which one of y'all are bonded for me to be in here on this charge, is what you're saying to them. So you take this special appearance bond, and you say, they will then say, we don't know what you're talking about, or they, just like the attorneys, they got up and walked out of the court, and the judge walked out. Some of them, they react in different ways. Some of them are just mean, and they just run over whatever you say. But in the end, there is a special appearance bond that has been placed on you, and usually the clerk of the court is holding it. They've got the bond with them. But you can turn to this, your own attorney, and say that he must know where that bond is. He's not going to tell you, and he don't want to tell you, so he gets up and walks out. The same thing with the other attorneys. They don't want to tell you where that is. When you go and get picked up, and you simply tell them that you want your special appearance bond, first off, you have to establish, when you get picked up, this is in commerce. You go into that thing and you tell that man, this is in commerce. We got to establish, either we're in commerce or we're not in commerce. Well, in this country, everything is in commerce. So the jailer must know that. And so you tell him, this was done, when we did it in the federal court, was done with an FBI agent. They normally go to law school and they understand a lot of this stuff. But he understood what he was talking about, and he said, yes, I understand, this is in commerce. See, we all forget, and we start then wanting to argue things on a personal level. And it's on a commercial level that you have to say this is in commerce. If this is in commerce, I don't mind giving you my fingerprints. I don't mind letting you take pictures of me. I'm going to sign all your documents now without prejudice, UCC 1-207. Because now you told me it's in commerce, I can claim all my common law rights. And so at that point, it makes of none effect whatever you're doing. And then you say to that jailer, when they start to put you in, you say, look, I need to get a hold of the personal, or my personal, not personal recognizance, but special appearance bond. And I want to get a hold of the person who can give that to me at no cost. And you have to say at no cost, because if you bond yourself out through a bail bond, you're giving title of the case over to the court. And now they will proceed against you in equity. And the issue in the court is you go in there, a lot of courts have just shut down as soon as the guy asks about the bond. Either they don't have it, and that is trouble for them, or they, for some reason, they don't want to tell him, so he goes out and tells everybody in the patriot community. But there have been a lot of people who've gone in, and they have produced a bond, and when you produce it, then you have to sign it with an address correction. And you then put your care of, your name, and all of that, and that's how you sign it. Or the address. You simply say care of, and you sign that bond, care of, Alrice McLeod, post office box or whatever, and without a zip code. You tell them all the time, I'm not going to dispute the facts of the case. I'm here to get out with my special appearance bond. I'm not here to argue with you. You know, I'm not going to argue with your law. I'm here simply to get you to give me my writ of habeas corpus, is what you're saying. When you appear back in the court, whether they give it to you or they don't give it to you, when you appear back in court, before you plead, you simply say to them, I cannot plead anything until you produce the bond. Because if you don't produce the bond, then there's no charge in this court.
because there has to be a bond for every charge they make against the sovereign. That is in case he's harmed in there, then you collect from the bond. And so that's where it all comes from, and it goes into that, is that you have to ask for it, and at the point they say, okay, we'll give you the bond. And you tell them, okay, I'm not going to dispute any of the facts of the case. And they'll say to you at that point, now it's out of the equity side. It's now in common law. And they'll simply say to you, what do you want to, how are you going to plead? At that point, you don't care, because now the bond has been produced. You signed the bond over. You're in common law. In common law, you can't get hurt where you plead guilty, not guilty, or anything. And so at that point, you say, how do you want me to plead? Oh, well, guilty, okay, I'll plead guilty. And then they'll say to you, what do you want us to do with the case? I want this thing discharged and I want to leave. And they will discharge it and you leave. But the problem comes in what we say a lot of times to them. But that's what the personal appearance or the personal appearance bond is. It's simply it's a writ of habeas corpus, really. And then they're supposed to give it to you. And some of them will, some of them won't.
What do you do if they don't?
When you get to court.
Put that on the night.
If they don't do it, you wait to get to court. And once you get into court, you simply bring that up. And they're going to say to you, well, you bonded yourself out. And that's not the bond I'm talking about. You know it. I want my personal appearance bond. I want the bond that was placed on me against this charge. I'm not worried about that bail bond. That's a different bond altogether. The other is bonding the charge that is made against you to come into that court. Says when you reject a contract, says when you reject a contract and then you're sent something from the court and a warrant, they say that they are going to report it to your insurance carrier. Write back to them and say, I don't give you permission to do that. I'm rejecting that offer of contract. You see, everything they're going to try, and usually what happens on a traffic ticket, when you first send that in, the first thing you're going to get is from the clerk of the court. We are setting a court date for you. Well, what has the clerk got to do with what went on with the cop? She's now trying to come in as a third party. She's going to try to now contact you so that you can get you in the room with the cop. So you get a third party involved, now you got another issue. And you forget about the cop. That's what they're doing. So what you do is simply write back to her and say, I don't know who you are. Who are you? I didn't invite you into this. I have a dispute with this policeman, but I don't have a dispute with you, and so you must be a third-party debt collector trying to help the policeman out. And I am hereby rejecting your offer of contract. You think you're representing me, you're fired, and then send it back to them. The reason is there has been no assessment made. How in the world can you answer it any other way? You can't accept it for value unless there's assessment on it. And so they're always going to tell you they're going to do something. And you have to tell them back what they're not going to do. I don't give you permission. Now, am I going to tell you that every time you do that, boy, they just, no, some of them do, some of them don't. Some of them will, they get mad, and the next thing you know, but usually what I found in just about every case is the next thing they do is give it over to a collection. One of them characters, I don't know, they got a company set up that all these cities send all their traffic tickets to, and you don't want to get arrested, pay this deal. Well, what are they? Third-party debt collector. Why are you writing to me? I don't have anything to do with you. And so you instantly, and start answering them under the Fair Debt Collection Act on that when you give them the 3 days, and then you say this is also done under the Fair Debt Collection Act. You had your one time. And I can file a suit on you and charge you $1,000 every time you do this if you keep it up. That is in the Fair Debt Collection Act. They understand. That's what, I think you got the papers today where it said all of that. Study those. That is really something. One of the men over in, I don't know, South Carolina somewhere, he got into it and he said, what is this fair debt? And he started researching it. And he really got it down, cease and desist and all that. And he sent those to me. And he said, and that's what needs to be done. Somebody needs to take every phase and take a certain thing and research it and say, what is this really all about? And then when he did it, it made some strong documents about them, asking more than one time for you to pay the debt. Can you copyright someone else's name? Yeah, if it hadn't been copyrighted. The only thing you can ever copyright, though, is the fiction. You can never copyright their real name or their real address. You can't copyright that. But fiction is not their name, and so you can copyright any of them.
So that would include the Internal Revenue Service?
That includes Internal Revenue Service or anybody. That's the reason Internal Revenue Service, I had something, I don't believe I brought it, but it's from the Internal Revenue Service, came out in the Dallas paper, and it was really funny. All you tax protesters, not protesters, they call you cheaters.
Yeah.
Y'all, they're just coming up with, he says you're coming up with too many sophisticated things.
Oh, that's a shame.
This is tax cheats winning, IRS chief says. Says the Internal Revenue Service is losing the war on tax evasion because the method of cheating grows increasingly sophisticated. While the IRS has barely enough people resources to keep pace. The agency chief said in a report Tuesday, the conflict between a declining workforce and complex avoidance, in other words, a lot of them are quitting, I guess, and a complex avoidable scheme has created a large gap between the number of taxpayers whom the IRS knows are not filing and not reporting or not paying what they owe, and our capacity to require them to comply. What does it say? Comply. 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 Yeah. Compliance, that's what they want. Said Charles Rosati in a report to the IRS Oversight Board. We are winning the battle but losing the war, said Rosati, whose 5-year term as IRS Commissioner ends November 12. Since 1997, Rosati said the number of income tax returns filed has risen by 13 million. People who have, the ones who are not filing, has risen by 13 million. I'm sorry, that have filed, they've risen by 13 million. With tax collections exceeding 527 billion and refunds grossing by 121 billion. At the same time, the IRS has struggled to implement a series of new reform and tax laws, and its number of full-time personnel dropped by 16% from 1992 to 2001. The IRS is simply outnumbered when it comes to dealing with the compliance risk, Rosati said. To illustrate the point, Rosati said it would take an additional 34,664 full-time workers to keep up with the increasing demand by the year 2000. There has also been broad growth in complicated tax shelters used by wealthy individuals and businesses to hide income, particularly as an ever greater share of total income taxes are paid by people with incomes of more than $100,000 a year. So they know they got a problem, and the problem is them.
And, you know, he's up there crying about the fact that he hadn't been able to bully people into doing what he wants them to do. Okay. Is a statement in compliance in the IRS definition like the 1040 filing? Yeah. You read all their documents they send to you. They'll tell you compliance. That's the issue. And they've had it stated any number of times. This is not about money, this is about compliance. What you're doing, what we tell you to do. Is a bankruptcy trustee immune from suit for their errors? For their errors, for malfeasance? Any statutes of limitation? What? You go into a bankruptcy, you have to read the rules of court when you go in. And I feel for people, they go in those things and they don't read the first rule. First rule of chapter 7 and 11 is that the trustee owns everything you bring into that court. So how can he commit any kind of wrong against you? Everything you bring into that court, and if you don't bring it into the court, you file bankruptcy, what do they do? File fraud charges against you. So think real strong before you ever go in and file into the bankruptcy. And yes, I've done that too, so I know what that's about. But I didn't do it in the 7-11, I was in 13. And I found out I could file that anytime I wanted to. But then you start looking at the rules of the court for chapter 7 and 11, and the first rule in both 7 and 11 is the bankruptcy trustee owns everything that you bring to that court. So how can they do anything wrong to you? You've given them everything you've got. They tell you up front, it's going to belong to me. If you come in here, it's going to belong to me. So the answer to it is they haven't done anything to you. You are the one who didn't rule the rule. Now, I have a good friend, he lost his business. I mean, it was a going business. He had the money to pay off everything, and they didn't pay attention to what he wanted to pay off. He had the money there, and so they sold it to another man for less money. And it was already done. And I said, well, Floyd, he said, well, I have it, you know, and I said, it's already done. Did you read the first rule? No. I said, Floyd, why don't you go into a court without reading the rules? And then he went and read it, and he said, I see what you're talking about. And he gave everything he had to the bankruptcy court. All the bankruptcy court was done for, and this came out in Rodney Stitch's book about defrauding America. And it's done by Russ Bacher, who was the CIA agent. And he tells in there why the bankruptcy courts were set up. And they were set up to divest people of the remaining property they have. And that's all they're set up for. When they get to the point they just say, well, I'm going to run in there and hide so these other people can't take my property, then you run right into the chicken runs right into the fox's nest and says, I'm here to be plucked. And they take everything you got. And that's just the way it is. And I tell people all the time, there's no sense ever in going in one of those things and filing bankruptcy. Never. I did it simply to go after the IRS. I didn't go in there, you know, trying to get anything out of it. And the issue is that if you're going in there, you can work your own bankruptcy out. You can sit down and make deals with contracts with the people you owe. You simply tell them, this is the way it's going to be. And this is all I have to pay. Most of them will go along with you. And as long as you do what you tell them to do. And I've had people come out on the other end, they pay everybody off, and they go on about their life. And now that's not on the record, nothing. But you're smarter than what you think you are. We think somebody has a magic bullet in there that's going to take care of you. They're going to shoot you with it. If I join UCC, don't I take
Am I not taken into corporation instead of a salary?
No. You're in commerce. The sovereign is always in commerce. You're simply using the documents of a commercial act. And what happens is that you're dealing with fictions. Everything on that, what I finally figured out, everything on that UCC1 had to be in all capital letters. That is not me. That is a fiction. And that fiction simply then becomes the secured party. But you are not part, you never as a sovereign give away anything that you can't take back. You're the only one that can declare. You can go in there and do this and then say, hey, I don't want to be a part of that, and step right back out of it. See, that's the lies we've believed all this time, is they can tell us this is the way it is, so if you do this, you're hooked. If you sign that Social Security, you are hooked for life. No, you can take that money from them as long as they want to give it to you. It has nothing to do with you as a sovereign. So, don't let people let you think that they can do anything to you. Do we have to file our UCC before copyright my name? No. You can do it at any time. I told people from the beginning, even with everybody's always on me about, well, you don't tell us to file that UCC1. We can't do this straw man thing until we do. Well, it comes out in the end, it's not necessary to do that. It has nothing to do with anything. You do your copyright, and the copyright supersedes anything that's on that UCC anyway. You think about it. That copyright takes that name, and anybody that uses it, you club them. See? And that's what you do, and that's what you're doing. With the UCC1, you're simply saying that belongs to all of that. Now I'm taking over. All of his property, all this other. You're dealing with it as a creative fiction. The copyright is dealing with a name. And so that's all you're doing. A state tax attorney sends an unsigned earnings withholding order to your employer, a corporation. They release your earnings without notice to you. What remedy, if any, do you have to recover your money? Number one, they don't give it to them. Don't believe them when they say they have. They have 21 days they have to hold it. The reason for that is to give you a chance to do it. If you believe what they say, what they're trying to do is get liability off them. You simply write them a letter and tell them I don't give you permission to do what you say you've done. You are still held liable, and I'm giving you first notice of a 21, 15, and 5-day commercial lien process that I'm going to place on your company and on you personally, talking to the CPA or to the attorney. And then you wait 21 days, you send them the 15 days. And you just simply say on that, you say second notice of the first letter you wrote to them. All commercial liens have three parts to it. One is you tell them what they did, you tell them what they can do to correct it, you tell them what you're going to do to them because of what they've done if they don't correct it. In other words, the lawful way you take money is to take me into court and get a court to issue an order. That's what you have to tell them. And you say, now, you're taking my money without my permission. I don't give you permission to. And if you don't stop taking it, I'm going to place a commercial lien on you and your company and everything that you own. And I did that with my company. I had to. And I worked 4 more years for them as that company. They never took another dime after that.
What's the statutes of limitations?
In California, franchise tax board gives them 10 working days.
Well, 10 working days, but you simply write it and get it there before the 10 working days, and then what happens is
what they've done, what the IRS has done, the IRS does not have a contract with your company to make them take your money.
What about a bank?
Bank is the same way, and it'll work the same way on a bank. Scares a bank to death when you write to them and tell them, you better not give my money to anyone. You don't care if it's the IRS or who it is. You don't give my money to anyone. If you do, I'm going to put a commercial lien on your bank. And then you say at the second notice, you say this is your second notice. I noticed you on this day, and then you just repeat the letter you wrote to them the first time. This is your second notice. You have 15 days to stop doing what you're doing, or I'm going to put a commercial lien on them.
How many days on the first one?
21. The second one is 15, and the third one is 5. And then when you do them the 5 days, you simply tell them your grace period is over with. I'll give you notice and grace, and now I'm going to do to you what I said I was going to do. I'm going to put a commercial lien on your company.
What if they release the funds?
They release the funds, you quit.
They
No, you mean to them?
Yeah.
Well, they might do it. But now the commercial lien is on them, and they can't do anything with their company.
The bank?
The bank can't do anything. The bank will stop. Let me tell you something. Bank hates worse than anything. They will not. They don't want a commercial lien of any kind placed on them. That's the last thing they do.
You've got to send them a letter stating you're going to put a
Huh?
commercial lien.
I got 150 million on one. It upsets them.
Yeah,
I got another million and a half against their bond.
yeah, and I'm telling you, it upsets them to no end, because here they're saying the IRS is telling them they have to do it.
Right.
The IRS is not the one taking your money. The bank is taking your money.
Right.
And there's no contract between the bank and your company, or your bank and the IRS, that allows them to take the money. They're simply doing it and saying, you do it. The
They're going
bank
as a
said,
third-party debt collector.
you got it. That's the way you address them. You're a third party to this thing. If there's a problem between me and the IRS, not you. And you better produce a contract where I gave you permission to give my money away. And that's the way you address them. And I'm telling you, they get very skittish, and they don't want any litigation against the bank. None.
Right, can this all be done in pretty much layman's terms, like you're putting it, or does it have to be some type of legal?
Whatever you want to say it, no. See, that's the beauty of common law. You say it the way you express yourself. Why do you have to, why would you go in and quote their laws to them? You quote your own law. You know, you've done something wrong. In order for you to do this right, you should have took me in and gave me my chance at defending myself, and you didn't do it. You don't have a contract with me to do this. You sure don't have a contract with the IRS. Why can't they get a contract? They don't pay them to do it. And that's involuntary servitude, and they will not do it. They tell people, we'll threaten, we'll pay, make you, the company pay 150, in other words, 1.5 times what they're trying to collect. We'll collect. And the company says they're going to take all that money. No, they won't. They will threaten it. I've seen them threaten it. I've never seen them one time come down on the company. Now, will they come in and do a audit? Maybe. They're so short right now they can't audit themselves. Much less send people out and audit people in the thing. You don't hear that all that about audits anymore.
Well, if you had something like that happen to you 2 years back and you didn't understand this program, is there anything go back on a bank that took the money, you think, or just let it go?
It said I'd let it go because, one, you're talking about 10 days or 21 days. And usually in what you're doing, all law, is 21 days is what you're supposed to give notice of. They tell you have 10 days, and they're violating actually the morals of the law themselves, because it's supposed to be 21, 15, and 5. And so I had an attorney talk that to me one time, and that's what I used on my company. And then they got him. They jumped on him, told him, you do anything else, we're going to get you.
So he became one of them. And but he told me, and it worked. My company never touched my money after that. In fact, the attorney went back in and got the last 2 checks they'd taken and came and gave to them. Because he realized what was happening. The company realized what was happening. And the attorney knew that I could do what I'd said. And so they quit taking anything. But you have to be willing to stand up, because most of the time they're going to take every penny you got except $525 a month. I don't know if they've given you a raise since then, but it's hard to live on $525 a month. And if you go get a job somewhere else, guess what? They're going to be right there. So where are you going to stand and fight? You have to stand right where you are. And that's what I came to the conclusion. I said, all my life they're going to be chasing me around. And so I decided at that point I'd stand there and fight. Now, why did my company? I didn't want to do it to the company. I liked working there. I liked the people that owned it. But as I told them, they had that 2-hour meeting with them. I said, y'all are taking something that doesn't belong to you. Well, they tell us we have to do this. And I said, who is they? Well, the attorney. And I said, well, get him in here. And so Monday, here he calls up. I don't know how to say it, but I mean, he said, the courts have held time and time again. He started off on that stuff. I said, I don't go to court. And and that's when he wanted to know, what are you going to do to the company? And I said, you read the letters, you know what I'm going to do. You going to put a commercial lien? And I said, yeah, now I'm going to put it on you. And no one would tell me what your name was, and now you're in the picture. And I said, and not only that, I said, I'm going to take your house, your cat, your dog, your car. I'm going to take everything you got. Yeah, and I said, I'm not married right now, so I may take your wife if she is too ugly. He started sputtering, And he said, well, I'd help you, except I'm not your counsel. And I said, you're not going to be. No lawyer can become my counsel. And so I said, not only that, you're committing a felony right now because I'm litigating against you and you're continuing to take my money. Well, are they doing that? And I said, not they, you. We don't pass the buck around here. You're the guy that told him to do it. Man, he ran out of that office, and in a little bit he came back with the last 2 checks and gave them to me. And so when they was gone, I told the company, I said, I'm not against y'all. I said, I don't want your company. But I am going to take it if you keep taking my money. That money doesn't belong to you. It belongs to me. You have no contract to take it. And so I said, you do what I tell you to, you can keep your company. You do what he tells you to, and I'm going to take it. We'll do what you say. And so when he came back, they never once in 4 years, and then they sold to another company, and I stayed with them 2 years, wouldn't give them a Social Security number, and that scared me. I went to them, I said, you've been taking Social Security, and I didn't give you a number. They'd gone back to the previous company and got the number, but it wasn't on any documents I turned in to them. So they decided they better sell again, and so that's kind of where it went. Okay. We were told to get our UCC-1 filed before July 1st, 2002. Is there anything to this? I don't know where that's coming from, and I don't see that it has any bearing on anything. If they stop you from filing the UCC-1, are you dead in the water?
No.
No. Why? Because you got a copyright. And that copyright is deadlier than that UCC-1. What is that name on every piece of property that you have, isn't it? So yeah, it's all there. And you've already copyrighted it, so any of them that use it, you just send them a bill. And so, says a state tax attorney, I don't know if I already answered this, sends an unsigned earnings withholding order to your employer, corporation. They release your earnings without notice to you.
That's it.
Yeah.
It was agency, not attorney. Is that the same thing? It was the
Yeah.
agency, franchise tax fee. That same?
A state tax agency, yeah.
Be the same answer.
You get the same answer, same thing. They don't have the authority to take your money. Everything revolves around contracts. You sign a contract with somebody, they cannot alter that contract. They've now breached the contract if they do. They cannot alter it. You're the one that signed it. Did your company sign that contract? W-4 form, they sign it? So you told them how much they could take out of your check, that W-4. And if you put that on there, you can take so much, and you sign it and give it to them, they accept it, guess what? That's all they can take out of there, and that is to keep you from suing them in case they take more. They cannot take the money. They can tell you they can, and they'll tell you everything in the world, try, because they don't want to deal with the IRS. Do them agents call them up and holler at them? Yeah. You better get that money over here right now. We're going to do this to you and this and this. But I've never seen them do it. Why? They don't have a contract with your company. Please cover the involuntary bankruptcy process and how to collect. It's a very simple thing, and in commerce it simply says that someone who does something without a license, you simply notice them. You are in voluntary bankruptcy, and all of your assets are hereby forfeited to me. And that's all you have to write to them. As of this date, and you get all their assets first before you write to them. Get them all listed. And you simply tell them, I'm going to put these in the newspaper, Wall Street Journal, wherever, and I'm going to sell all this stuff. And you, and I'm going to, whatever I can get for it, I'm going to get until you pay me what you owe me. Where you damaged me, then this is what I'm going to do to you. And you take their stuff and put it in the paper. People start calling the house and talking to his wife about, well, I understand your house is up for sale. Not a boy, she calls her, him. What is this about our house being up for sale? He can't work for 2 weeks. She ain't gonna let him forget it.
How do you get on this?
Yes, you want to say something?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a situation that occurred a year and a half ago, and I want to find out if it's too late to do anything about it. A former employer demanded that I furnish them with a new W-4 form. And I had operated on an exempt W-4 form for a year, and they demanded that I give them a new one. I noticed them in all different ways that if there's a law that states that I have to give you a new W-4 form, I will do it. And they were threatening to start doing withholding as a single person and with zero deductions. And I said, don't you dare do it. I did it in affidavit form, and I also had it notarized and sent it to them. And I said, don't you dare do it absent any law. Don't take my personal property in the name of a tax unless you can substantiate it with a law. And I said, if there's a law that requires me to sign a new W-4 form, I'll do it. Just show me the law. Well, they ignored everything that I sent to them and started withholding. And then I got fired right after that, supposedly for different reasons. Is it too late to go back after them? I didn't know about the lien situation. Is it too late to go back after them and demand that they give me my money back that they took from me?
No, I would start the process on 21-day process.
Right.
Mike?
I said I would start going back and take the 21, 15, and 5-day process and simply tell them, this is what you did to me. You did it, and you didn't have any lawful basis. Number one, they cannot, you do not have to take and change the law on that simply says that if you want to change your W-4, you change it between January the 1st and February the 1st of every year. Somewhere in there you have to change it if you want to change the number of deductions. Otherwise, it stays the same all the time. And it's up to you as to when you change it. Yes.
Otherwise, I'll put the wireless back on your head.
Okay. Did I answer that about the, I don't know if I fully answered that about the involuntary bankruptcy.
Tell us how you go after, how you find out about your personal property in their house.
That's up to you. You have to go in, and the best way to do it, if you can find their social security number. Find social security number, enter that social security. If you can find, go out and find their house, follow them home. Find out where they live, and then find out who owns that house right there. You get it out of the records. You just punch in the deal and it'll come up. Now on that deal, it's going to have, on that thing that comes up, it'll have his social security number. It has everything. Now you take the social security number and you punch it in, and it'll draw up every piece of property that belongs to that social security number. And then you put all that down, and you make copies of it, and you send it to them, tell them, this is what I'm going to do to you. I'm going to take all this and I'm going to put it in the paper. And there's not a thing they can do to you, because that is done in commerce. That's the way you handle it. They didn't have a license to be doing what they're doing, so you go after them under that. Okay, go ahead.
Back to the special bond that you were talking about that is placed on each case. In an administrative phone hearing where you have an administrative judge or whatever they want to call themselves, are there special bonds placed on those cases? Do you know?
Any charge, it doesn't matter what, any charge that's made against a living soul is done so with a bond attached to it. They have to have a bond attached to it. Otherwise, they'll shut the case down if you call for the bond. Because if there's no bond, they're in lots of trouble. That is a law. They have to put the bond on there. That's just part of the process.
On the same question, when you're taken in to be put in jail, do you request to see a magistrate? Is that the same thing as asking for the bond or this type of thing?
That, the magistrate can be the person, and usually they'll take you before the magistrate, and at that point you say, before I can plead, you've got to give me my personal, my recognizance bond, my special recognizance bond. I can't plead until you do that. You see, because if you plead while they have you in jail, now you've given title to the case to them, and they're just going to proceed from that point on. And then you have to wait until they sentence you before you can really do anything else, because they're not going to stop from that point on. The thing about the personal recognizance is when you're taken before the magistrate, you just have to tell him, before I can plead anything, I've got to know who has the bond. I want to know who is holding my bond. And I'm not going to dispute any of the facts of the case, and I will give you, or I will exchange my exemption in exchange for the bond. And at that point, the magistrate then has to make the decision as to whether or not he might tell you there is no bond. He's going to find out how much you know about what he's supposed to do. That's always what they'll do to you. They don't run anything fair.
You mentioned exchange exemption for the bond?
You have an exemption.
Tax exemption.
You have a tax exemption on anything. Nobody can put a tax on you. You're exempt from it. So you have to exchange your exemption, and that's all it is an added tax that somebody's put on you. And you're going to exchange that exemption for the bond. And then you sign the bond. When you do it, you sign it with an address correction. Then you can plead all you want to, because there's nothing they can do to you after that. And how much and how do you collect for someone using your copyright? It tells you in the copyright. is from $10,000 for a little misuse of it, in other words, where they didn't really understand or whatever, but it can go up to $1 million. What I would do with it is kind of try to fill out how much their bond will accept, and then send them that amount on their bond, where the bond will give them $75,000 or $100,000. Then put it on there for the bond, for the amount of what you think they can pay. But you told them in there that you can get them for $1 million, and that's what it says. And as plain as it can be, if you try to enrich yourself off my copyright, I'm going to charge you $1 million for every time you do it, for everybody involved. So if 6 people are involved, it's 6 people times how many every time they use it. And you list all of them on the bill. And the one that's in the book is pretty hilarious, I think. I mean, it tells them, we got to keep this on keep it quiet, because of the nature of what's going on. And I want to be your agent for you. I want to help you get this paid. But if you don't, this is what you got to do. And so it's pretty good.
As an example, I'm using the copyright that if a highway patrolman stops you, would you give them notice that you would charge them like $5,000 or under so that you could take them to small claims court? No? Oh, okay.
Nowhere out there on that highway do you ever want to get into a controversy with a policeman.
No, I mean afterwards.
No, the issue, when you write him a rejection, you put your copyright in there at that point. Put the copyright in with the rejection of his offer of contract. And simply tell him in there, use this again and I'm going to charge you for it. See, but don't out on the highway, it does no good whatsoever, especially not your head, to get up and start doing things to those people. Because most of them don't know. They don't know past whatever they're told to do. And the lower down in the cities they go, in other words, you got Los Angeles, you got this, they're taught less and less. And so some of them just know to go out and, and bust heads. I mean, that's kind of what they're taught. And so, had a little town there, and this lady that we did the taxes for, she knew the assistant chief of police. And he told her, he said, we know them people that come in don't have any rights. So if they give us any trouble, we just beat them up. And so that's the way they looked at it. This was a little bitty town, and so that's the way they looked at it.
Is it necessary to notify the utilities, phone companies, and all those people that use your copyrighted name that it's all right to use that? Or do we need to, should we inform them in any way?
It's hard where you want electricity or not. You can notify them of it, and they cannot deal with you in that upper lowercase name. So you better let them alone. Now, there is a man, and I didn't get it before I came out here, but he's there in the Dallas area, and he's been doing his phone bill and on the acceptance and use my exemptions. And he said he got a funny letter back from them. They thanked him for paying his bill and gave him an extra 150 hours that week on his long distance. So it is starting to work on the utilities. And so it's just, we're having to learn. And it's not that long process that we used to say, you got to do a bill of exchange and all this other. I don't think we can do a bill of exchange because that's starting from this way up and coming down. It has to start with a person down here and it goes back up. Okay, let's answer these. How do you copyright the court case? Do you use legal pleading paper form? Don't use none, just your copyright, your white paper. It goes through your copying machine. It's simply, you put up there where it says, this is in regarding to, right at the first of your copyright. And you say, you name the case number in whatever court number, whatever address they're in. And then when you go on, you'll go on to the second, it's called number 2. But number 2 says a copyright has now been placed on, and then you say case number so-and-so, in court number so-and-so, in certain city and town, with the zip code. And you have now copyrighted that case. And then you simply sign it, that's my copyright. At the end, you have nothing signed, but that's my copyright. And you sign your name, you send it to the judge and to the clerk, and say, now, if you want to sign that, then you're going to get a bill.
Don't need to record it, huh?
No. Well, I would always record them, but but you don't need to. It's not paramount to what you're doing. What is paramount is you get into a dispute with them, now you want to record it. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I won't have to catch that again. And so, anyway, that's the way you do it, and otherwise it's done the same way. Okay, land patent. How does a statutory land patent differ from the real land patent? Statutory land patent on a UCC 3 or UCC 1. Statutory land patent is, we always put them, and you really don't, land patents are different where we are because of that thing that said the land will forever belong to the people. Our patents come out of Austin, Texas. I don't know where y'all's come from. Where's it come from?
The Bureau of Land Management.
Does it come out of Sacramento though?
Yes, yes.
Okay, then you got the same, see, I'm telling you, the same as we are. They don't send it to Austin, to Washington, because the land will forever belong to the people, so it must stay here. And so yours comes out just like ours does. And if you'll go back to your original land patents, you're going to find out that it says down at the bottom, the state of California relinquishes all hold on this land forever. Every one of them will have that on there. They cannot take the land. And so I'm telling you, that's what's happening. But to put it on see, we try to make everything according to the way they would like it. See, put the land on your UCC 1 and 3 the way you want it put on there. Describe it. It's from this big oak tree sitting up here to this big tree down here on the corner of Main and Elm. They come along and put all that statutory stuff in there, say block so-and-so, 2 feet past so-and-so. You describe it any way you want to. Then take what they say and say as they say it is, and then list in there the way they have it. And then put it on your UCC 1. But always take the land. Don't take the property. All that stuff standing on. You got the land, they ain't got nothing one guy told me, he says, he did that on it and he got the land. So they come out and they said, okay, he said, if you're going to take that, that's my land. So I'm giving you 10 days to get your building off my land. And they never did come get it. He said, that house now belongs to me. I'm going to charge you because you're putting it on my land, and I'm going to charge you for putting it on there. And so they never did come get it.
Right? patent is 1866, under the grandfather under the original treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. That didn't come out of Sacramento. That's a different creature, isn't it?
No, I don't think, well, it may be different from the statutory, because the original land patents are just that. They're just the original land patents. They're not statutory. They're not done according to any statutes. They're done according to the treaty. And so everything's done according to the treaty is not a statutory land patent. Okay. Real land patent recorded at the county.
Hi, this is Bezel Bay, and today you'll be enjoying Wtdta Radio, where we'll be exploring the world of accounting, current expected credit loss provisions, estate planning, and tax planning, just to name a few. Don't forget, in the evening session, we'll be definitely going into civics and syntactical trust. So remember, if you listen long enough, you will definitely learn something. Peace and love, family. Peace and love.